with a clown and had a high old time. Nobody doubted he is true of purpose. Oh yeah, not knowing we had given up everything we had lived. All odds and options need extra fear in this city. That's too bad. That's down the running on a midnight train. That's too bad. Conscience is burning to the end. That's too bad. Plane is already on a jungle of pain. Girl, you're so fun, your blood's gonna taste like hot cherry wine. Girl, you're so fun, my blood's gonna taste like hot red wine. Girl, you're so fun, your blood's gonna taste like hot cherry wine. Girl, you're so fun, my blood's gonna taste like hot red wine. Don't you know that when there's smoke? Oh, baby,
Chat, there's reasons why we're playing the music. There's like legitimate reasons.
It's a sweet old-fashioned desire. I told you once, then I told you twice. I told you once again that making love feels nice. Boing. Girl, you're so fun, your blood's gonna taste like hot cherry wine. Girl, you're so fun, my blood's gonna taste like hot red wine. Girl, you're so fun, your blood's gonna taste like hot cherry wine. Girl, you're so fun, my blood's gonna taste like hot red wine. These sticky sparks will have you coming for warmth in the bed sheets. Your heart will start drumming. Girl, you are the one who barks. You told me once, you told me twice, you told me once again.
Chat, are you ready for it? Are you ready? Are you ready? Boing, boing, boing! Soon, chat. It's coming! Ash, tell the people that you're loving it!
I'm hating it.
Let's go! Sing it with Bryan Mullins, everybody! Listen, chat, we got like 2 more minutes of this fucking song. Bryan, you could have cut like the B part of each part of the song. Maybe we do need a spring emote.
Girl, you're so fun, your blood's gonna taste like
hot cherry wine.
Girl, you're so fun, my blood's gonna taste like
Hot red wine.
Girl, you're so fun, your blood's gonna taste like
Hot cherry wine.
Girl, you're so fun, my blood's gonna taste like
Hot red wine. Chat, that was some of Bryan Mullins' favorite music. Chat, let's get into the show. Hello, chat. Hello. Today, it was a sunny day. I took the dog out. That's why I'm looking at it like this. But hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Op Lock, your one-stop shop For everything commentary, news, research, and other stuff on the internet, I am your host, ValGEXE. Coming at you live and alive from wherever the fuck I am. Do I hate you guys? No, guys. I don't hate you. I have prepared a Bryan Mullins Phantasmagorium. It's going to be so many good things. Why do I look like I'm from the Jersey Shore?
I mean, he is from Jersey. I'm sorry to say
I'm from
that.
Jersey. I go to the Jersey Shore. I really don't know what to tell you. Kyrez, it's literally what I do. Did you enjoy the
dress
Chris
like
the
they
Dark
do
scene?
on Jersey Shore? Like really like gaudy.
Yeah, I could show up like that. Deep Sea Monster, I totally did. Chris sent me the video, specifically the Amos video, before we reacted to Lord Crust's. That video's fucked. We will be reacting to that. I don't know when, because I said to I'd like to watch it with her, just because like obviously there's like a lot of stuff. I look like Underswap Napstabluke. I don't know what that means. I don't know what any of those words are. Any of those words in the Bible?
From Undertale.
Fauci, help! What am I helping you with? Embry, you discovered more what about? Yeah, I know. Oh, I know. There's a lot more. Yes, the pupper is spotted, but more importantly, joining me today in their kitty form is the one, the only, Ash. What's going on, Ash?
Meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Basically like that.
Is that how you're feeling today? Is that how you're feeling?
Yeah.
I'm glad to know that's I'm glad to know that's how you're feeling. Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Hey, Mossfit with the Canadian 5. Thank you so much.
You make me sick. Proud of you.
Thank you.
Here's some Monopoly money.
You know what? I'm glad I get Monopoly money. Listen, with the tariffs coming in, eventually your money's gonna be worth more than my money. So who the fuck knows at this point? Oh, fuck me. Everything's going to hell in a handbasket. No. Before someone comes in and asking that question, no Ethan Hassan, no Ethan Hassan Destiny, no Ethan Hassan Destiny, Sam Cedar, for the love of God. I don't want to hear it. I've seen the clips. I don't want to cover it.
It's cringe.
I feel like it's gonna have to happen over the weekend. I know we may be doing a creator clash one, because I think it'll be really interesting to do a creator clash, like,
I mean, if it happens.
a creator clash retrospective. I mean, if it doesn't happen, if it happens, it doesn't happen. It doesn't really matter, actually. It not happening is probably funny. It'd be very interesting. Okay, hot take. Ethan can't debate for shit. So no matter how you feel about Sam Cedar, I'm kind of opinionless on him. I've seen some of his stuff. I agree with some of his takes.
Cedar's decent.
Yeah. Like I agree with some of his takes that I've seen on the internet.
Well, you don't watch the Majority Report?
Falgy too real.
Thank you, Metal Man. Thank you. I don't watch any political
I just
like,
out myself
content
as a
anymore.
dirty lefty.
No, it's fine. I would consider myself progressive and leftist. I just don't need to watch everything to have an opinion.
Yeah, I know. It's just like my friend was talking about politics like last night during our movie night. I was just like, can we not? Please, can we not talk about the misery in like child farms or something?
Yeah,
I don't want to know.
Yeah. Ethan just talks like a normal person. Sam Cedar is a debate pedo. Honestly, I'm not gonna. I'll be kind of like honest. No, that's an incorrect assessment, and here's the reason why. If you bring Sam Cedar on to your show, and then you ask him the debate question, and he's like, hey, I don't really want to debate this, but it seems like you're asking the debate question. I don't like, that's one of those things where it's like, why would you do that then? I think Ethan just doesn't do good at debates. Sam Cedar is very seasoned at them and is constantly brought on oppositional podcasts and programs to do said thing. It's very shout out to Shamu. I don't know if Shamu ever fucking I don't think Shamu has ever watched any of the things that we've done. But Shamu put out like a really interesting tweet about it, being like, this is part of the problem, is that conversation and discourse around the issue is like nigh impossible because everyone either screams racist or neo-Nazi to like each of them. And it just like, it doesn't matter. And like Zane T says, like they're speaking over each other and at each other. They're not speaking to each other, and that's like a big thing. That's why I hate the fucking debate space bullshit. If the debate with Hassan really happens, I guess I won't watch it enough to give a shit. I'll find it
maybe we'll do a stage talk just to like
I don't even
get high and laugh at it.
I don't even know if I would do that. I think I would just, it's just, you know what I mean? Like, it's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, it's a debate lord meta. Friday will be a hellscape, but hopefully a funny one. It's not going to be. If I'm going to be honest, it's not going to be. Because they're both just going to scream at each other. There's going to be no resolution.
It's like they should just meet face to face. He knows where they live.
Mm-hmm. I'm here for random lore. I'm overdosing on Ethan Hassan content. Yeah, it's just how it is. Like, no, Zane, you know I'm going to let you have it. The problem is that, like, the reality of the matter is that, like, the possibility of these two actually reaching not an armistice, but, like, an agreement is never going to happen. And it's just going to be a fucking headache. Yeah, and 90% of all political debates are arguing over definitions. Yes, because that's the tactic. If I can get you to argue about the definition, then it's just going to be what it is. But more importantly, chat, it's time. It's time for my favorite thing in the universe. It is Bryan Mullins time. He will do the same thing he did with Willie Mack. Just yell. Okay, Kinga, this is the one thing I'm going to say about the Willie Mack thing. My only problem was, and this is not a knock against Willie. This is the last time I'll ever talk about the things. Willie was not prepared to remember everything in his video. That happened when people were questioning him about his first Destiny video. It sucked. It's probably not a good thing when you say, "Oh, did I say that?" or "Let me review my points again." You're gonna go on somebody's thing. Just have your points ready. It makes your life 10 times easier. Again, that's just me. This is not me hating on Willie Mack. This is just me saying, like, you should be ready if someone wants to debate you about themselves to have your points just off rip, especially if you're the one that writes your video. But more importantly, chat, it's time. Yes, I know he's not a debater. It's not nothing against him. All right, chat. Let's talk a little bit about Bryan Mullins. Last time you guys saw it, you know what? Let's go to Bryan Mullins' channel because we love Bryan Mullins here in this house.
Do we?
Can you describe Bryan Mullins for us, Ash?
Someone who got one-shotted by ayahuasca but never took ayahuasca.
Yeah. Bryan Mullins is one of the craziest people on the internet because it just feels like Bryan is the kind of guy whose debilitating psychosis never stopped. And it's something that has fascinated me. Oh, Big Kitty Ash. Yes, it is Big Kitty Ash. Let me tone down Big Kitty Ash. Yeah.
It's not like you were looking at anything else.
I mean, yeah, I'm like doing 5 things at once. Bryan Mullins is the kind of guy that you would just find inside of a psych ward. It's which one of the Guilty Gear Strive songs is my favorite? Fuck, I don't know. I'd have to fully listen to it again to tell you. That's like actually a really good question, Gears. So Bryan is the kind of guy, in my opinion, that no child left behind should have left behind. No, it's just like Bryan Mullins is very severely, like, clearly autistic, clearly most likely schizophrenic. This is not a troll kind of thing because he is on the internet. This is the type of mental illness that just permeates through numerology, through seeing things throughout the world. And what I find really interesting about Bryan Mullins is some of the stuff that I think is very interesting about Chris Chan for all the wrong reasons. Chris Chan constantly put themselves on the internet, information about themselves on the internet, their feelings, their thoughts, and everything like that. Bryan Mullins is very similar in the way. I know arguably, because it was covered today, and it's something Chris has said, Chris Lenark, friend of the show. Birdie would be like the next Chris Chan horror cow kind of situation. I do agree. I do actually agree. But Bryan Mullins kind of exists in that middle place of horror cow, lolcow, and just he puts himself on the internet in ways that, like, I don't understand.
It's very odd. It's almost like he dumps his mind onto the internet and leaves.
Yeah, this this feels like you ever seen like movies where like a crazy person just writes scrawlings on the wall in like blood, or like a piece of like a pencil they stole? That's what Bryan Mullins feels like. Bryan Mullins feels like he's the town bottom and is always just scrawling on the wall.
How is it? Why are we bringing him into being a bottom, Valgy?
There's no way Bryan could be a top in a fucking jail.
No.
Let's be real. If Bryan Mullins was in jail, there's no way he would be a top.
Really? We're making a prison rape joke?
No
really? In our Lord 2025?
Fuck it. Did I say it was rape? It could be. There are people who consensually have sex in jails. The longest yard told me so. Bryan Bottoms!
The Adam Sandler one or the Burt Reynolds one?
Both. I've watched both, actually.
Dang.
Yes, MOSFET, I think that's really interesting. Bryan Mullins really is just Dan's Burst, but real. It is something really interesting in the history of this channel, us covering like weird schizophrenic people, sometimes people who are pedophiles, zoophiles, things like that, and they all kind of have like similar thoughts and feelings. Bryan is kind of in a league of his own in so many ways. Because if you don't remember, the reason how we found Bryan Mullins is Bryan said specifically the way to end child trafficking and child sex exploitation was to kill them all.
Deletus the fetus.
Yes, he did say deletus the fetus. No, Dan's Burst is not a confirmed troll. It's just one of those things where it's like, there is a level of Dan that is both believable and unbelievable. When it comes to Bryan has been doing this for like, what, 10 years, if not more? Bryan is committed to the bit so much that he put the roast games on Urban Dictionary himself. I've never seen... This is the same way I feel about Cybersmith. If you ever watched our interview with them, go watch it. It's really interesting. It's on the channel. It's
in the videos. It's like a newer video.
Yes. It's one of those things where it's like, there's something really fascinating about people who are so severely mentally ill, but believe it. It's something crazy. And for all intents and purposes, I don't know if Bryan has committed any crimes. I don't know if Bryan has committed a crime. There are always thoughts and feelings. He is most likely a zoophile, but God only fucking knows at this point. This is just like, he's insane.
What makes people think he's a zoophile?
All of all like the hard fascination with furry stuff, but it's specifically the anthro side. Like, it's not like, so the song that we listened to, the Boing Boing song, right?
Yeah.
That song is specifically made for a dog, and all dogs go to heaven. It's not like it's not a regular like, it's not like an like a furry art where it's like a humanistic like
It's
his
just a
model
dog.
thing. Like, this is literally an animal in a movie that he's writing like a love song about, I guess.
Man, why can't you just be normal and become a furry because of Robin Hood?
There's a lot of like series like that, like Star Fox, Sonic. Like, those are things that people like kind of just did it. All dogs go to heaven, but Bryan sure won't. I believe the word you're looking for is feral. I know nothing about the furry community enough to say that. But Bryan is just really interesting in a lot of different ways. We won't get to the opus. Have you heard his essay, All Dogs Go to Heaven fanfic? Kristen Ark read it. What do you mean?
Yeah, all those go to heaven fanfic?
Chris, send it. Just do it. There was going to be a fucking content extravaganza. I don't know about these things, chat.
Wait, is Chris here? Oh, no, he's not.
Fuck me. It's gonna end. There's cannibalism? Yeah, send it.
Base.
We're gonna do a lot of things. But chat, there are so many parts to Bryan Mullins. We are not going to start with his recap and conclusion of international child sex trafficking. What we will start with is something I personally find very, very interesting about Bryan Mullins. And that is a channel that he has made called Roast Game Records. Now, Bryan Mullins is a bit of a musical aficionado. A lot of what he does is like retreads of different types of music. He likes to remix.
Fucking wholesale posting other people's music.
Yes. He likes to remix and remaster a lot of like oldies, like from the 70s and 80s kinds of things, if not like even the 50s and 60s, which I do find fascinating and gives me a very interesting a peer into maybe how he grew up. I am very convinced this guy either had older parents or was raised by grandparents. There's something interesting about that. It's bizarre. It's very, very bizarre. And I think it's the only way that it describes that touch. Like, I have an older parent, like, you know what I mean? Like, my dad, like, I'm like 32, my dad's like what? Like 73?
That's pretty
72,
normal.
73? So,
yeah, my
like,
dad's around that age.
yeah. But, like,
Probably older.
you know what I mean? Like, there's something there. Bob
what
Chandler's
you
old
mean-
jazz records. Yes.
When you say like old parents, I'm thinking more like they're like, if they're like in high school, their parents are like in their 60s or 50s.
I mean, I think I've told this story. I'm like one of five. When I went to school, everyone thought I was my oldest brother's son. And I had to explain to them that the person they thought I was my grandfather was my dad. And my dad was like in his 60s at the time I was in high school. Or he was about to get in there. So it's interesting. As someone who was raised by my grandfather, I can concur that you pick up some things that you only realize are weird when you bring them around other people your age. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. You know, I grew up on 80s music because my mom loved it, so I didn't listen to I listened to like 90s and early 2000s music like any other kid, but I have a very I love hair metal. I love a lot of different things, so I find it very, very interesting. What the fuck? Killjoy found it. I will. I'll open this for later.
We can get some music.
Okay. I will open that.
Oh, it
We'll
was
read
on
that
a
later.
Wattpad? What?
We'll get that later. So, I think what we should do is review some of Bryan Mullins' greatest hits. And this is Ave Maria, the suicide scene. And we're gonna speed this up so nothing grabs it. Ooh, no, we're just gonna speed it up. Okay. We're gonna pause this for a second. Fun Falgi lore. This was the first song that I ever sang, like
Oh, that's cool.
professionally at like 11 years old. Ave Maria is the thing that I would get as an 11-year-old get paid to sing for. This is like fun Falgi lore. So I'm gonna be very harsh. Oh, already going off to a bad start. Oh, it's bad. Okay, your jaw is too tight. Okay, mother of all that is Twain? What? Live in a world so unfair. Okay, now he's off. If you hear the track, he was off because amid despair. Like, you heard it. He's like, again. Maybe I shouldn't be such a dickhead. This song is fuck it. Fuck it. This song is 3 years old. He's off the track. If you're gonna sing with a track, you need to like get it. Off amid despair. Latin is okay. So one correction, Pimenta. Latin is the way you sing this song. Schubert's Ave Maria is always in Latin. That's just kind of the thing. This is by the way, this is Schubert's Ave Maria. I don't think it's a B flat. Kind of, maybe, I don't know. Come on, okay. Okay. You can barely hear part of the problem is even if I'm speeding it up, I can't hear. I'm gonna slow it down a little bit. I can't hear any of the fucking words because he doesn't mix his vocals correctly. See a course awaiting. Okay, that kind of works. Yeah, it's still low. Maria. Just don't do re. Marie. Don't do it like that. It sounds terrible. If you're doing like West Side Story kind of thing. Oh god, this is a fucking music critique. No. Okay. Okay, so if you're gonna do Maria, like West Side Story, right? Maria, I just met a girl named Maria, and suddenly the name will never be the same again. When you do something like that, you gotta like roll it a little bit, because if you put it like Marie, the R, if you put it too, you do it like this, it's just gonna be bad. It's just gonna sound bad. Sounds bad every time. Okay, to explain this, sometimes autistic folk have monotone cadence. I think Bryan is too monotone for Ave Maria, and it affects the way he sings. No, he actually... So I will say this. I will give Bryan credit. He hits notes. Bryan does hit notes. The part of the problem is he doesn't... He mixes it bad. He does mix it terribly. Also, when you sing in English, the fun fact: English is a horrible language to sing in, because like there's a lot of things with it. Wait, this is that dude singing? Yes, yeah, it's Bryan Mullins. English is also kind of a really ugly language to sing in because you have a lot of diphthongs and things like that. Diphthongs are like, it's like, it's really hard to describe it if I can't remember what the exact term is. But it's the way like some words are like when there's like syllables stacked up together, like two V. Can I get an example of a diphthong? Let me examples of
That sounds familiar.
Diphthongs. Yeah, it's like hi, mouse, boy. So it's the way the vowel sounds blend together, and there's a glide. But when you sing it, so when you sing vowel sounds together, you do need to be very careful because you need to know where the sound goes. So it's like a country roads take me home to the place I belong, West Virginia. What's that? Does that have one? And mama, take me home, country road. I can't remember. I have to find a song with like diphthongs off the top of my head. Songs. Songs. In songs. I literally need to find something.
In songs, there's diphthongs.
Day. Like, you had a bad day, you take a one down. Okay, so if you're singing Daniel Powter's Bad Day, right? You don't sing, you had a bad day, you take a one down. Like you don't do it like that, right? Yes, there is also triphthongs. You kind of leave the ending of the vowel out because you hear it. It sounds ugly when you sing a diphthong that way. Sometimes also a word can end on the vowel as well, like two vowels. So you need to choose where the vowel sound goes. You also never sing on a consonant. If you end a song with a consonant, you're stuck in the consonant position for a period of time. You would only do that for like specific effect, but you do try not to do that. Yeah. Okay, let's go back. Okay. Take the suicidal child. I need. What the fuck?
Chat. It was like what 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Fucking Valji bombarded my stream and just threw his fucking channel at me, and I just picked a couple of songs, and this is the one I found.
So this is a creepypasta about the Great Christmas Bloodlust Investigation. Chat, this is a song about the roast games. Okay. We're gonna listen to it again. Waiting. Don't fuck with Hey, Bennett. Thank you for the $1.99. I like
Do
Country
not
Roads.
fuck with Country Roads, Falgi.
I wasn't. Oh, Maria, take the suicidal child. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? I can't. This man makes crazy music, chat. But here's the problem. He does believe in this shit. So is it a creepypasta when he talks about children dying for the roast games? You sang. Why did you sing in a different octave? It's not. Oh, God. Okay, so what we call that is a slide. So he is sliding up to the note because he can't hit it normally, and he was not prepped for it. So what note is that? Can I hit that without any water or warm up? Oh my God, no! Ave Maria! Something like that. That's something what he's gonna probably do.
I don't think he has that much control of his voice to do the waiver.
That is, I think, that's what he was trying to do. I really should warm up next time I do one of these music critiques. Without breath control, that's off rip. This is also weird because it's the synth. It's the synth choir that gets me.
Must be make it funky fresh.
I wonder if he can. Okay, this is like a real thing. Does anybody, if Guild is here? If anybody who knows Bryan Mullins lore is here, have we witnessed him play piano? I'm actually like hyper curious if we have witnessed him play an instrument. Karaoke stream will probably come when we do the art contest thing like we normally do.
Yeah.
Yes, Edouard. That would be because he's a countertenor. I can't do countertenor stuff very well.
I used to play the flute.
I don't know what the charismatic voice is, actually. I don't. This may be surprising. I don't watch a lot of music YouTube. I don't know why. I think it's just, for me, I don't know why. I don't really watch a lot of technique YouTube and stuff like that. I probably should. I've wanted to get back into like singing for a bit of time. Does vocal analysis? Oh yeah. But yeah. Thank you. All right. So that's one of Bryan's crazy songs about the suicidal child. But chat, what if I told you Bryan Mullins made another song about a brother that was never meant to be? What if I told you Bryan Mullins made a song about someone he lost in the roast games? Now you may be asking yourself, what do you mean? Bryan Mullins has another brother? Well, unbeknownst to all of us, Bryan has been suffering through the roast games because he lost a sibling. And I'm here to present to you Bryan's song for his sibling. You could find it on the Roast Game Records.
I also found this one.
It's called One Less Sibling. My family is a lie. Let's go.
Marriage is a petty game.
Okay, so he has done audio editing a little bit better. I'm gonna speed this up so it doesn't fucking snipe us.
To turn must pay the heavy price as a lesson for one to learn.
Okay, he actually sings a little bit better when he's in like a jazzy cadence. I will give him this. That's what I'm saying. Like he does sing a little bit better in a jazzy cadence. Did he write this song? Probably not, but hey. Yes, he is singing a jazz song about his own sibling's potential death.
One less sibling to remember, one less tear I think to cry. I'm used to it all now. My family is a lie.
He actually got a lot better. He does get better. I give Bryan a lot of credit for as psychotic as this music is, as psychotic as everything's gonna be. He gets better. It's probably AI music, probably, yeah. Remember, his family is a lie.
One thing to turn this knife on my poor heart.
You know what? We'll actually let
It's
him.
one thing to tear this heart apart, all the same. Something different when you change your last name. With you being the last real sibling I had.
Oh my god.
I never felt this bad, and from now on, unless you take it all back, you are gone.
The last sibling he ever had was gone, chat.
That's in the chat.
Vlad says he doesn't know about Bryan playing an instrument, so probably no video of him playing it. Yeah. Yeah, what is this? Listen, Bryan Mullins is untapped potential. If he wasn't so psychotic. Listen, if Bryan Mullins wasn't so fucking psychotic, I think he would have had some, like, autistic musical riz. He would have... He's like... Okay, this is gonna be fucked up to say, but you ever see, like, you ever watch, like, America's Got Talent, and, like, America's Got Talent, American Idol, and all those fucking things, where it's like, oh my god, this child has gone through so much and has fought adversity. He has Down syndrome. And it's just like, what do you mean?
Even the she-bang guy?
No, not William. No, because I think he's like a comedian-ish now, if I remember correctly. But it's like they do like the special piece, like, he was born with Down syndrome and he had to face so many adversities. He wouldn't speak until he was 3 years old, but then he learned how to sing. And it's just like, I'm sorry, but that's like, there is an alternate universe where that was Bryan Mullins.
Wait, do we know what Bryan Mullins looks like?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Well, he does, because we know what he looks like from we know what he looks like from the video. Yeah.
Yeah, his gameplay videos.
Like, just imagine we call that inspiration porn. Yeah, I would agree. But like, just imagine the alternate universe. Does he have functional legs? Bryan Mullins walks, talks, and breaks his computers all the time. Thanks for the ableism segment. Listen, I know a lot of musicians. They could be considered on the spectrum for real. Some of them are very, very successful. I just have always found those, like, again, inspiration porn moments very funny. Because it's literally hilarious. Okay, let's get back to it.
As I pull back the tears I see, that marriage was never meant for me.
Wait, what do you mean marriage was never meant for you? Was Bryan Mullins supposed to be married to his sibling?
Maybe cousin?
Maybe Bryan Mullins. Okay, hot take. Do you think Bryan Mullins was the product of incest? Do you think Bryan Mullins was the product of incest or really, really old parents that shouldn't have been married? Sweet home Fox-a-Bama. Ash, what are your thoughts?
I mean, his parents could be the siblings from Annie of Green Glades.
Oh god, I hate you. It's fucked up. Maybe his family was looking for some poor girl to give away. Fuck. Oh.
Please take my son.
Please take my son. He definitely won't kill you in your sleep. Definitely won't do it. Hey, Bennett, thanks so much for becoming a camera operator. Thank you.
Bennett became a member.
Thank you, dude. Awesome. Oh, chat. I should say this. We do have stuff cooking behind the scenes. We have some art pieces. This song is about him hating marriage or something. Not his bro getting roast gamed. I know. We're making fun of it. We do have some art rolling in the deep. That's going to be coming soon. So very poggies, very based.
Please don't change your last name.
Okay.
At least have siblings share some blood with me. It's one thing to turn this knife on my poor heart.
Okay.
It's one thing
He could rewrite
to
that.
tear this heart apart all the same. But it's something different when you change your last name. With you being the last real sibling I had.
I think okay. So if I had to parse through Bryan Mullins' lyrics, what he is talking about is the divorce of his family and a sibling being removed away from him. And like this is a weird moment that he's just talking about how his parents broke up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, but I thought he lived with his brother. Did they have a third brother? The next one will be in 2025. Happy New Year, and I hope that positive circumstances with you. Okay.
I never felt this bad.
Yeah.
And from now on, unless you take it all back, you are gone.
Okay, that note could have been hit better. 'Cause you're gone. I mean, he does, like... it's just like... Man, Bryan Mullins could have been something special, man. Bryan Mullins could have... So this is Bryan Mullins' song channel. It's called Roast Game Records. It's just, like, really funny because Bryan, like...
Just be careful not to click on anything that's
Oh,
like,
I'm not clicking on anything. Bryan will just, like, make... like remixes of songs, and then he'll like put his name on it, and then he'll also have it on different speeds. I'm trying to say, like, did he have any other music that he sang? Hit him up with the sax. I don't even know if this is a like a hymn song. Like, that's the thing. Some of these songs, like,
are just like other people's songs that he just took and put on his channel.
this is an AI generated song.
Okay.
By the way, not only is this instrumental AI generated.
Is an interesting
Okay.
part of that Fox
Oh
child.
my god! What the fuck? Why? Why?
You didn't even see.
No! Why does it have a bulge? Ah!
Because he's sick.
No,
Change up
because
the
he's
screen.
fucking...
You're hurting the cat.
You know this motherfucker plays Little Fox with bulge in there. You know this motherfucker. You have to type that in.
It's like, no, Family Jewels, I guess.
But you have to type that in. It's like, it's not like fucking... What the fuck?
Why am I forced to look at this?
Why the fuck did he do
Please.
this?
I'm just a cat.
Why
are you
the fuck?
subjecting me to this?
This art is familiar. This art is AI generated. Oh, it's based off of... Oh, wait. It is based off of somebody else's chibi. I don't know who Bryan Mullins the Fox's chibi would look like in his third persona phase. So, like, this is his thing. He did He did use this before. He just added the bulge. Why?
Edgar Allan Poe became a member. Edgar Allan Poe celebrates 3 months of membership. Anytime Falgi goes no, you know it's getting bad.
I hate this. Oh, thank you so much, Bennett. Tobias M, you just got a membership. Thank you, thank you. If you guys want to gift a membership,
Tobias M became a member.
If you guys want to become a member today, you know, just click the thing. When we reach the 4 more of the tips, this dog will be fed. I also have a very fun video of the dog playing in a dog park.
And this other dog we put down.
Yes, this other dog will be put down. Oh, God, I just like...
He will be going to the kill shelter.
Hey, Lyle, what's up? This is just insane. So, I can't stop looking at it. It's so fucking
Change it. I'm begging you.
It's so fucking
it.
psychotic.
If I was in New Jersey, I would slap your hand and change it for
It's so
you.
fucking... Okay, so... Chat. Would you like...
Yeah, his DeviantArt is wild.
Yeah, his
Emperor.
DeviantArt is insane. Would you guys like his... Okay, this is short.
Oh, no.
So I will read this.
Mm.
All right. Chat. It was November 17th, 1998. An All Dogs Christmas Carol came out. The day after her abuse. Okay. Okay. The day before was November 16th, 1998. Was a very dark day for 18-year-old, at least she's of age. At least the dog's of age! Oh, why is the dog of age? I mean, like, this is insane. Oh, I hate it here. For 18-year-old Sasha Lafleur. Hey, Bennett with the $4.99. Thank you.
Both my pups had their teeth cleaned today, so now treats for them for a couple days. Princess Leia will get theirs.
Yes, yes, yes. Along with a family tradition has started nationwide, where families literally slaughter and eat their own children. He includes the roast games in his fan fiction. This man is committed to the bit forever.
Oh, God.
He literally, the bar is in hell.
I know
Thank
the
you,
bar was
Platinum.
low. Didn't know I'd be playing limbo with the devil.
Oh my God, it's insane. The day the Christmas Carol film came out, which was the 17th after all, Anne-Marie wanted to not believe in Christmas and refused to do so. Charlie tempted and threatened her. I swear to God, if you don't be a good girl and believe the words I say, I'll kill you. And no one will ever have the goddamn right to interfere with me. Anne-Marie resisted, her eyes filled with tears, and then others joined Charlie and chased Anne-Marie all the way to the woods, then slaughtered poor Anne-Marie after that. Sasha ran out to see what the hell was going on. She found Anne-Marie dead, with the whole All Dogs Go to Heaven crew surrounding her. I love how he has to specifically state, hey, this is a fanfic about All Dogs Go to Heaven. It's the whole crew, right? Like, it's everybody. You can't even just name names? Like, come on. That's insane. Okay. Sasha asks, what the goddamn fuck is this? Charlie replied, it's none of your goddamn business. Look, be happy like how you cheered me up when I was in trouble at Heavenly Court. Sasha replied, Be happy for you, I refuse. I just read the next sentence. I just read the
Italian
next
man.
sentence.
Read it.
Oh my god.
Entertain me, Italian.
Okay. Then Charlie, fuck me. This is insane.
Oh.
Oh, fuck me.
Oh, you probably should censor those words. Go beep.
I just, what the fuck? Fuck.
Platinum Ether became a member. Platinum Ether celebrates 4 months of membership. I'd cry, but it feels like this is some kind of traumatic experience he's projecting into fanfic.
Okay, here we go. Where am I? Okay. Then Charlie grabbed her by the female genital region, smacked her ass, and then graped her. And as Charlie was graping her,
No.
Sasha was saying, "Fuck me harder." What the fuck? What the fuck? What is happening? What the fuck? He pulled a Trump. Oh my god.
No.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Everything is awful.
Chat. I don't. Hey, Yen, thank you so much.
Yen became a member.
This
Yen
is not our
celebrates
first stream
1
of it, but
month
thank you.
membership. Christ, who told Falgi about Bryan Mullins? Hell has clearly frozen
Gilded
over.
Poo, right? Like Diesel, Gilded Poo.
Well, it was Chris and Gilded that told us, and then
Okay.
everybody else was covering him. Fuck me, this is terrible. Okay, let's try this
No,
again.
I'm good, Embry.
Then she gets beaten so much she literally lost a whole gallon of her own blood. Wait,
That's a no.
I need to
that's
ask,
no good.
how many gallons of blood in a
No.
dog? Animal blood volumes. I
That's
need to know.
insane.
Labrador retrievers don't have a gallon of blood.
I need-
Wait. What's 2.5? What's 2.35 liters into gallons? I need to
I am not the person to ask. I'm terrible at conversion.
yeah, I get to remember it. Liters to gallons. Liters to gallons.
No, we didn't find anything. Fauci just
why
wants to
I-
know how many gallons of blood are in an animal.
2.35. Bro, like, you can't even look this up for your fucking fanfic? You can't even...
That's just being lazy, man.
That's just being lazy, dog. What did you discover? Fucking hell. We're in hell. Oh, this stream is not monetized. Listen, chat. Please tip. No, you really don't have to, but like this is going yellow immediately. I can feel it. Oh god. Okay. She literally lost a gallon of her own blood. Then Sasha runs away. I don't know how, sleeping for the rest of the night. On the 7th of November, when an all dogs Christmas Carol came out, she finds herself eating Anne Marie, forced to smile by herself. Her day went on. Then the very next day, she wanted out of her close friendship with Charlie. She was oppressed so much. The emotions of the heated argument she had with Charlie traumatizes her even to this day. Luckily, she escaped without a scratch. But for her being sexually assaulted and beaten so much, she literally lost a whole gallon of her blood. Has me thinking, why do families love their children so goddamn much? What does this mean? How do we get
He's
here?
breaking the fourth wall.
How do we get here? How did we... Ah, fuck me. The whole story was inspired by Sasha telling me her story. The movie I made a while ago, When All Dogs Go to Heaven, and The Roast Game. The proven fact that families literally ate their own children as a Christmas roast after slaughtering them for not believing in Christmas. The end!
The aristocrats.
This story has left me chills during the time I typed it. Please read the story with caution. Does he really I think that's what's crazy. He really believes this story. He believes this is real. Like, this isn't fanfic to him. This dude, there's no way, like, he believes in his own story. That's insane. I don't, like, what? If Bryan Mullins is still on Wattpad, that would be hilarious. I will be honest. Yeah, like, but, like, it's not just the roast games. It's like he believes that this dog is real. It's just... Thank you, Platinum Aether, with the $6.99.
The worst part is he's sullying the innocent name of Anne-Marie's voice actress.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well.
Is there like...
She died as a child.
That sucks. Oh my god, does he believe that the fucking voice actress died because of the roast games?
No, she died like in the 80s or something.
Yeah, but does he does he believe that?
I mean,
She was
says
murdered.
There's a specific time. Yeah. No, okay. It's been a long time. I know she died. I couldn't remember if she died of an illness or murder.
To be fair, you die when you're
that out
murdered. Like, just that's fucking dark. Does he believe that she was murdered for the roast games? I think he does.
Okay, 1988 she was murdered. She was born 1978.
I told you, Lyle, I'm not gonna play that voice message, bud.
Why?
Thank you. I'm not playing a voice message about a dead little girl.
Why?
I'm not. There's too much fucking content to go through right now.
No, listen to it.
No. I'm good. I'm good.
Do it.
No, because we have literally the thing with the child actor.
Kitty says do it.
No. We're not doing this.
Meow.
I'm not. We're not doing this, chat. All right, chat. Now.
Hi, Corey. Yeah, just forward to me later. I want to listen to it.
So, chat. Bryan has finished his child sex trafficking ring videos. It is now time to listen to how Bryan Mullins will end child sex trafficking. Okay. Let's get into it, I guess. And remember, when talking about children who were put into sex slavery, he literally said you should murder them all.
Aww.
Yes, the series finale did just
also
drop.
did Ducky from Land Before Time.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you want the link? You could drop the account in the stream chat. And if there's other story stuff. Yeah, what's the second one about?
Hi everyone, I am Bryan Mullins the Fox.
Yeah, we
Welcome
know
to
that, Bryan. We know. Okay, let me speed this up because Bryan talks fucking slow like a fucking idiot.
No, it's statism.
First SFC series about a different topic than the roast game. We're in double-digit territory now when it comes to short-form commentaries. This way, when I bring a convoluted point in mind, I can stop at any time and continue off next time. We're not going to be criticizing the Mann Act of 1910 too much or too harsh. Even despite all the changes and gradual improvements of it can help possibly contribute to a day without sexual predators or child sex traffickers of all kinds, foreign and domestic. Because I want to ask you all a question. Which came first? 18 U.S. Code Section 1462, or the addendum in which the Supreme Court held that illicit fornication, even when consensual, constituted an immoral purpose under
if he's going to argue for consenting minors, which I think that's where he's going to go, I'm going to throw everything into a window.
Well, minors can't consent value.
Is his
Sorry about that. You
solution...
can't be that dumb.
Is his solution let minors consent? I can't. Chat, I can't. This is what I do. I know he has a Twitter. Oh, I know.
Into the Mann Act in 1917. Well, let me tell you, it's 18 U.S. Code, Section 1462, which was enacted in 1897. Just a difference of 20 years. Apparently, according to the U.S. government and our society then, the existence of what was deemed obscene material matters way more than the illicit fornication ever could. Even when...
But that was... So this means they kept child sex trafficking illegal until the Brother, there were other crimes. It was still a crime. It just wasn't federal. There were just federal statutes. Yes, but minors can't consent to the roast games. I can't. Domain expansion, infinite wood chipper. That would be my domain expansion. Let's be real. That's okay. His argument is that they're still doing child sex trafficking. Okay.
When it came to completely ignoring the real problem, that is, child sex trafficking, even as of then, while only being so overly concerned with the obscenity of the material they distributed.
Yeah, because we didn't want CP, again, there's other reasons why. There was, anti-sex movements in the U.S., that is, a thing in this culture. Listen, Satanic Panic, there was a lot of shit. Don't get me wrong. But, laws are updated and addendummed for this specific reason. Remember, we have found research and his studies that he uses, and they're literally contradictory to what he states. Oh, God, okay.
Or for the fornication they did for the purpose of prostitution. And as I've said before, calling abuse material so-called pornography and making that illegal as the basis of...
Oh, that's right. If you don't remember, Bryan Mullins doesn't think CSAM is real. He thinks...
It is an illusion. Ignore the CSAM behind you.
He thinks all porn is done between consenting parties and actors. So if CSAM were to exist, those are consenting children actors. Oh, this guy's so fucking evil. Hey, Greg, what's up?
Hi, Greg.
I have a burrito. What are we talking about?
Bryan Mullins, he's saying that they left addendums in the in obscenity laws to make child sex trafficking exist way into the 2000s.
Hey, the they question.
Yes, it is. It is the they question. We are literally...
Is it the they thems?
It's the they thems. Fauci, what's up? What's up, Embry? I see you. He has a sister?
I know we've seen his brother. Or dad, we're not sure.
God, Bryan Mullins is crazy. Is the sister on Twitter? The Wattpad account? What?
Check the Wattpad account.
Where'd you put it?
Where did I put it, Embry?
Where'd you put it, Embry?
He has siblings? Yeah, at least...
Yeah, he has a brother. We knew
sister,
that.
At least a brother.
Because the brother...
Well, send it then.
The brother legitimately lives with them. Or lives with him, at least.
And looks like him.
Yeah, and looks exactly like him. Good news. The Senate and House passed the Take It Down Act, meaning victims of revenge porn and sextortion and even AICP, it's not just federally illegal, but also make it legal to possess. That's awesome. There's doxing info.
Oh, then just send it directly to...
Send it to one of the mods.
Me, and I will...
Yeah, delete anything in the Discord with any of that. We don't want that.
Yeah,
around.
send it directly
You
to one of the mods.
me and I will censor it.
I hate this is fucking asshole.
and said laws before 2000 is and was the very reason why it's such an international problem to begin with, outside of it being completely tone-deaf and distasteful to call that porn at all. Because not only does it normalize child predation by design, it also spits in the face of children who are sexually exploited for the sole purpose of prostitution. To be frank, age when it comes to prostitution in general shouldn't change dick. The law regarding obscenities is absolutely hypocritical, and the foundation of the problem surrounding these pred rings existing at all, outside of everything I mentioned, because it takes away from solving more deeply rooted and legal issues. A guy could just record himself fucking a prostitute as an adult, and them both being adults, they can do it, and can get away with even establishing a prostitution ring back then. Or
Yeah, but it's still not legal to have child prostitutes.
There's so
But
many
is it not
leaps
illegal?
of
Not legal.
logic that just happened. Greg, I need help.
You don't need to catch me up. I don't think any amount of talking would catch anybody up.
Greg, I need help.
Okay, me saying I just need to censor this real quick. And then I'll
So
send it to you.
what he's saying is, okay. So if I had to understand this, he's like, okay, but if two consensual people had prostitution bad, if two consensual people filmed it, it's still really immoral and evil. It's like, I don't care. If two consensual people film themselves having sex, and they're both adults, that's
not against the
perfectly
law.
fine. Who cares?
or even as of now, but
Is Bryan ruining your trafficking business, Falgi?
I'm glad that that was misspelled. Because no. And that means, chat, you get a treat. So we get a treat.
The chat gets a treat.
It's time to feed the puppers. It's time to give her treats. It's time to feed the dog now. On the Uplock stream tonight. Come here, girl. Leia. Try to get her in focus. Frame. Here. Go. Good job, girl. Good girl. And chat. You mean to win another goal? So if we get 10 super chats or more, feed the doggo ×2. Did Diesel stop streaming?
I don't know.
No. Because I was like, usually you come when he stops.
No, I had to go to the gas station to get this burrito.
Ooh, gas station burrito. Rate it.
It's a breakfast burrito,
Ooh,
and it's
okay.
no longer breakfast.
I mean, it's always breakfast somewhere.
You tell that to this burrito.
Okay. Oh, it was made at. Oh no.
It's also gas stations are not like bodegas on the East Coast. This is trucker gas station burrito.
Your porcelain throne is going to be feeling it later today.
No, I got a golden colon.
I got a golden colon.
when an actual child rapist and predator records it and did it to a minor, it was treated way worse than murder, and that is made illegal. But they're still allowed to get away with it, but we barely beat an eyelash. But when some nobody
Wait, what?
pedo or a group of pedos jerk off to pixels on a screen that they had no involvement as of the making of, treat them worse than a serial killer. My stance
Okay.
on prostitution is that it should all be illegal, and I stand firmly by that without question. Not even celebrities should do it. Adults doing it to other adults
What?
should be frowned upon as well.
Celebrities. When did celebrities come? When have there been celebrity prostitutes?
I'm also really confused why he feels like it's... Okay, here's like a weird thing to say. Bryan is categorically wrong. Fun
Unlike
facts-
everything.
Yeah. Like fun fact, you don't go to prison for life if you're a pedophile. That's not how that works.
That doesn't sound like a fun fact. That sounds
It's
like a
but
sad
that's not
fact.
but it's the truth though. You don't go to prison for life for being a pedophile. Maybe you should, but they don't go to prison for life. They get released and put on a registry. Yeah, if you even survive the prison. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make any sense. And again, adult sex work is not the same as CSA. Like, I don't understand. How are we here? This guy's so fucking stupid. Like, he categorically doesn't understand facts and factual information. Because in the real world, that's not how any of these things work. He doesn't pull up graphs. These are all feelings. These are all feelings. Why do we treat sexual predators worse than serial killers? Because 9 times out of 10, serial killers are thrown in jail. And this is not, like, I mean, like, not 9 times out of 10, because some of them get away. But you know what I mean, right? And also, that's not a thing also because there's a group of people who sexualize serial killers. That's like a whole thing.
You know what this kind of reminds me, what Bryan Mullins kind of reminds me of? When I was a kid, I would make things up, not like a lie, but like from my knowledge of information of the world, like as a child, it would make sense when things would be X or Y. Like, I don't have a good example, but just like I would say things that made sense in my head as a child because I don't know how things work. And either people weren't listening to me or I wasn't saying them to people or whatever. But I remember saying something and I can't remember what it was. My grandma was like, "That's not how it works." And then I stopped doing that forever. People have never told him that he's stupid into his face. Or somebody he cares about has told him that he's stupid.
I know. Hold up, sorry. I'm going to pull that up in a little bit. I didn't mean to pull it up now. We will read his Wattpad thing.
Even when it comes to murdering a prostitute over a payday dispute. Although, I wouldn't say murdering prostitutes is completely off the table just yet, as I will mention in the next video.
What the fuck?! Okay. So.
Is this the first video? Have you been on 3?
No. We reviewed his music. I reviewed his music.
Are we going to get copyright struck?
No, it was
I picked ones that hadn't gone copyright strike from my stream.
Look at you.
And I sped it up, slowed it down. I paused it multiple times. I did actually critique it. Like, I critiqued this thing.
Laying down on the grenades for us.
I will catch a grenade for ya. I cannot describe how like, hey, chat, here's a fun Google. Why don't you look up the people who were victimized by serial killers? Was it prostitutes? Interesting. Interesting.
Isn't the most famous serial killer a serial killer of prostitutes?
Multiple of them are. Yes, Jack the Ripper. What the fuck was? It's the Hispanic guy in L.A.
The Night Stalker.
Night Stalker.
Yeah,
yes.
Stalker.
Like a lot
Richard
of these
Ramirez.
people.
I think people's houses were just unlocked. I don't remember if they were all prostitutes.
Ed K. Yes, BTK. If I remember correctly, right? Yeah, Ramirez. Yes. No, not FPS Diesel.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Dahmer. Like a lot of these
Dahmer.
people killed sex workers because they were maligned, and like that was the whole thing, and that's why Charles Manson. Like that's why a lot of people have like always discussed the decriminalization of sex work because of the idea and concept that these people were thrown to the dregs of society. And that
so
was
these
like
were the people that was okay to kill for them in their minds.
Because they were the easiest to kill. They were Jack the Ripper, like they were the easiest to kill because no one would like notice if they go missing. It's why like a lot of people it's why like a lot of people also like would take like it's like Dahmer for instance, perfect. Yes, they did have child victims. It's why Dahmer targeted minority groups during a time where cops were hyper racist against minority groups because being gay and being a fucking I'm getting there, Pimenta. Because being gay and being black and Latino, cops didn't fucking give a shit about you back in those days. Kind of how it is. So again, Bryan is categorically wrong on every fucking front. If you are, shout out to my true crime girlies. I see you. I love you. We are going to do some true crime stuff coming up soon. Yeah. He's just categorically incorrect.
like this type of predatory behavior and supposed market wouldn't be as successful, much less anywhere near exploitative, had it not been for government interference. Maybe, just maybe, the obscenity of the material in which children are shown to be raped and exploited for the sole purpose of prostitution, as opposed to the actual sexploitation outside of it, shouldn't have been the main focus when it comes to the obscenity law. Because actions not only speak louder than words, they also speak louder than intuition ever could.
But that's not what the obscenity... You're misunderstanding what the obscenity law is. And then they made an addendum to they made an addendum so the law was more specific. Sometimes they addendum laws to make them more specific in scope. Okay.
CFR, aka the Council on Foreign Relations, aka the Deep State, was founded in 1920.
Oh my god. It's the Deep State. We're in the Deep State conversation now. I don't think Bryan understands how long prostitution has existed. Yeah, I mean...
It's called the world's oldest profession for a reason.
Yes. And yes, it may not be the world's oldest profession, blah, 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 blah. But sex work in general, and the specific types of and sexual healing and things like that, and healers that did use sex, has existed for a very long time.
Since Harding was president, not since Eisenhower, and I'll get to all that important shit later on. But you see, there's a timing pattern that's most suspicious of all. The year when both CPS and NCMEC was founded, in comparison to when they started shifting and changing anti-so-called CP laws. The Child Protective Services was founded in 1974, in direct response to CAPTA, or the Child Abuse Prevention and Treatment Act, which mandated that all states establish procedures to investigate suspected incidents of child maltreatment. The Mann Act was passed and signed into law in 1910. The government basically didn't give a shit until it became something they can take the measured opportunity to exploit for their own ends outside.
Oh my god, he is literally doing the J question. He is literally doing the Illuminati. Oh god. How do you think Bryan Mullins reacted to Jeffrey Epstein? Like, did it all click?
He was probably like, oh, I was right the whole time.
I was watching something, I can't remember what it was, but I think it was about conspiracy theorists and how it doesn't help that Epstein did exist and was with very influential political and political people and celebrities. It must have been like some sort of Christmas for conspiracy theorists.
He thinks it's the Catholics. Oh, you know what, Asterati, that makes sense because of his feelings around Christmas. Bro, what if Bryan Mullins and Birdie were in the same room together? Do you think it'd be like the greatest horror cow thing of forever?
Wait until Bryan Mullins finds out that Christmas wasn't really a super observed holiday by Christians and Catholics until like more recently.
Yeah, because it was also a pagan holiday. It had pagan origins.
Because the Christian Catholic holiday is Easter.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. They would fucking make a bastard child. That would be insane.
Side of not permanently solving the problem of child predators and predators
I'm going
in
to
general.
speed him up because he's still too slow in my opinion. God, Bryan, can you speak a little bit faster and make your video shorter?
The NBC TV documentary about child prostitution that was the basis of the first anti-CP law in 1977 came out in 1976. 3 years later, after CPS was founded, the first anti-CP law was passed and signed into law by 1977, which was the same one that got struck down by the Supreme Court in 2002 and was later repealed. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children was founded on June 13, 1984 by Adam Walsh's parents, Reve and John Walsh, and the purpose is to counter child abuse and human trafficking.
Okay.
The 1986 amendment to the
Did he bring them up before? Is there a reason he's naming somebody?
No, he's just he's naming organizations and laws, right? But
yeah, he's caring a bit too much about the creation of CPS and CP.
Yeah,
laws.
because it's like there was no national service because we didn't have them, and it was an epidemic. Like the abuse and exploitation of children started to become like an epidemic for police stations. There was nowhere for these kids to go. Why? Okay, so if you ever question why specific governmental agencies like CPS and like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children or the Suicide Hotline, which is now getting shut down by Trump, by the way. That's a fun fact for you. If you want to know why those things exist, it's in response to, like, oftentimes in response to rich people losing things, but it's often in a response to It's in response to like national cases and things that and like crimes that are on the rise or different things that like it's in response. It's literally in response. Yes, how the fuck is somebody in against for the service of child protection? Because Bryan Mullins hates kids. I think Bryan Mullins hates kids more than Jar does. Like, Jar
Jesus.
hates children. Can someone explain to me why this guy thinks CSAM doesn't exist? He just thinks that it's pornography. Like, he thinks they're all actors.
Conspiracy theory.
Yeah, it's conspiracy theory shit. Yeah.
It because it fits into his conspiracy theory, and if it doesn't fit, he will not acknowledge it.
Yeah,
I was watching. I watch a lot of things about conspiracy theorists, and it's just like they can't help but see patterns that aren't there.
You have an example?
I mean, it's one of those things where like for Bryan Mullins, like all of this stuff has to make sense, otherwise the roast games don't make sense, right?
Yeah.
Like clearly, there's somebody secretly funding these government agencies to traffic children, and the end goal is another roast game.
Yeah. Actors without sexual content. Hey, better for the $9.99. Thank you, dude.
Thank you so much.
The storm is upon us. How QAnon became a movement, cult, and conspiracy theory of everything by Mike Rothschild talks wonderfully about this and Epstein and the conspiracy around Pizzagate.
Yes, I just
Definitely.
watched a video by somebody who talks about that book at great length. I can't remember who did it. It could have been like Folding Ideas, or it could have been somebody else that's Bread Tubi, but I cannot remember who it was I was watching.
Maybe I'll read. I have to. I gotta finish some books. I do want to. There's a couple different books that I do want to read. In the Shadow of My Mother is one of the books that I want to read by the daughter of the 8 Passengers lady.
Ruby Frankie?
Yes,
Or
Ruby Frankie.
different one?
Yeah, it's super cool. Like, I think it's really interesting. Did you see that Jar responded to the comments downplaying talking to Cindy, but inadvertently admitted that he did in fact try to make a pass at her? Majunga Wumpa, send me that now. Now, Majunga. No, but yeah, I really do want to get into that. I think, if I'm being honest, when we are gonna look at a couple different things of true crime. I think that definitely the Ruby Frankie stuff is gonna be really, really interesting to look at. Stream chat. Thank you, stream chat. I see a lot of boing boing boings, chat. Beckett is so unhinged. Where is it? I don't see it, chat. You lied to me. You lie! You all lied to me. I can't believe you. Thank you. All right, just a robot. The emperor of the chat. Okay. Same, bro. Okay. Yeah, most people.
So small.
Would,
okay.
some people would not have chosen. Most people would have chose a safe, that's not the word.
Controversial
topic.
Controversial.
To be fair, shitting on Frogan is not controversial. Everybody does it.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually a really easy topic.
Is that what he did?
Yeah, it was an
Yeah.
anti-Frogan video.
I thought Frogan was in the thumbnail, and then he proceeds to not mention her.
No, he does. He clickbaits as a defense of Frogan when it is a condemnation of her character, which is completely fine. It's just insane.
It's weird. Like it feels not out of his depth, but like out of his lane.
Yeah. Bennett, if you want to dump some of the conspiracy books into our Lit is Lit channel in the Discord, I'll definitely look at them. Well, like the other thing too is like I listened to the video.
Channel. We have a books channel.
Yeah, we have the books
You
channel.
have been there.
One is maybe it's books.
Is writing.
Yes.
Hey, what's up,
Right.
Ace?
That's the difference.
Hi, Ace.
What was I gonna say? The thing with Jar and his Frogan video is that it's very emblematic of his I copy everybody else's statements. None of it was original. It sounded like everybody else's talking points. That's the problem with Jar. Jar will always do this. He will never be the first to a controversy or anything, but he will always just copy everyone else's points. So,
unless except when he's being like he's trying to be like devil's advocate in the worst possible way.
yeah. Most people would choose a safe, non-controversial topic for a comeback. Just the robot, the guy that keeps on running from me and just keeps on asking about me, says, same bro, but that didn't happen. I didn't flirt with her, send her sexy images / role plays, it's not how you spell role play, or anything, and most people don't even think she's a pedo. That's not true.
No.
She didn't even think I made a pass at her, so what is the problem?
You lame.
Wait, he reached out to Frogan?
No.
No. This is about Cinny.
Oh.
It's about Cinnabear, buddy. This isn't...
No, I mean, like, because isn't the comment about the Frogan video?
The comment is about the Frogan video, but everyone
And he's
knows
talking about, he
he's
brings
talking
up
about
Cinny?
Cinnabear. Yep.
That's so weird.
Yeah.
That's even weirder.
It either implies that he's trying or it's coping because he's like, oh, but not everybody says that she's a pedophile. Everyone can agree that Cinny is a groomer. Whether or not you want to call her a pedophile is kind of based on if you, A, understand what paraphilias are, and B, if you want to say, and in my opinion, based on my understanding of paraphilias, you don't need to have sexual contact with a minor to be a pedophile. It is a thing that annoys me. I'll be very fucking honest about it. Cindy also unprivated her videos, didn't she? Did she?
We could check right now, but last update was everything got private.
Yeah.
It was like,
but also to piggyback off of what you're saying, with Cindy Bear, with all the information that we have on her, you're just splitting hairs whether you want to call what she's doing pedophilic or just
I thought she deleted the
or...
channel. Yeah, she deleted her whole channel.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh god, that's a fucking image. I don't know who this person is.
I don't know who that person is, but they're getting views. I don't think that's them. I don't think that's a face dog because I'm fairly
no, their face is all over the internet. To be fair,
I know that.
Jar
but
has
I don't
learned
think
absolutely
that might be,
nothing.
Damn,
Jar doesn't learn.
They made some like decent.
Thank you.
Videos.
These are some big numbers.
The Cinnabear breaks up with Kumo. But it's interesting because they made like short form videos.
They're all like 2 minutes long and they're getting this many views.
Yeah, was this like a live stream?
Animation?
I don't know what this is.
Oh, because it is. Wait, what is this?
Oh,
This
mute,
is just shitpost.
mute.
I stopped. It's 2 minutes. They don't love me like you, the white racist bitch better. What the fuck? What is this?
What is this?
She relisted her vids and changed her banner to be
You can do it.
banner to be black. Yeah, but I don't have her. I don't have her
You need to get
channel.
her channel name.
Oh, if you go
I'll
back
say
to
it.
the YouTube, yeah,
Do I do it by
scroll up
channel?
all the way up.
Oh my god.
No, yeah. If you go back to the search, if you scroll all the way to the top, you have options to search by channel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Search by channel. Whereas filters, channel.
Oh, Babu said Chris showed it on his stream earlier.
Okay.
That's not
Did
right.
she change the channel name too? No, because
Wasn't
this
that
is-
it?
Is this it? No.
No, that's something. Where is it?
No, it's okay.
Is it? No,
That's
where's
that's
it?
a
8
meme
subscribers.
one.
This
Okay,
is a
yeah, get
meme
rid of that.
one featuring.
Goes on.
Oh, it's It's
So go back,
YouTube
go back.
Police. We're not gonna get into that.
So someone probably took her name. When she deleted her channel.
Does somebody have the channel name? I'm curious. The parent loves BBC is insane.
That's crazy.
Yeah, UTTP. I did watch Gilded's video, by the way.
Is Jar back? Kinda. Yes.
Today I found out that a
Kinda.
pedophile I know IRL is a streamer now and made an appearance debating. Rena, what? Rena, you need to send that info if that's true. Yeah, UTTP officer sitting. Yeah, okay. I'm not.
I'm not finding it.
If we don't have it, we don't have it, chat. You can, again, if you have it, find it, but I don't see it. All right, let's get back to Bryan Mullins.
An act aimed to refine the scope of the law, focusing on criminal sexual activity rather than broad
But yeah, again, if you guys have the Cine channel, because I can't find it, I'll look at it.
immoral
found it.
purposes, leaving
you did?
behind
How
the
the fuck
Yeah, I don't know why it wasn't showing up on YouTube.
Hmm.
I'll send it to you.
Thank you. Hey, thank you so much,
Well,
Diesel.
hi.
Hello, everybody. Hello, Raiders. Diesel IRL. I'm so happy that you guys are here. We are reacquainting ourselves with Bryan Mullins as his epic How to End Child Sex Trafficking ring is here. Happy Liberation Day, everybody.
I like when Diesel calls his children.
We are his children. Because he
He
is,
came out of him.
he's the God Emperor, he's the God Gunner Supreme.
God Gunner of mankind. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
he is the God Gunner of mankind. Oh, so she did. So she unprivated it, but did she unprivate? So this is her channel with the deletion of everything else, though.
All the thumbnails, I think, are gone. Because remember there's that one thumbnail that I...
Well, no, all of her.
Maybe not. No,
All
these
of her
all these
other stuff
thumbnails are
is
right.
deleted as well.
All the other ones are gone.
Axis 1247 became a member. Axis 1247 celebrates 3 months of membership. Diesel left us with the dystopia pill, and we don't
Wait,
even
just
have the
escaped
sexy
Bryan on
robot
Diesel's
women to
no?
make it okay.
What? What do you mean?
Thank you, thank you,
Thank you.
Axis.
Thank
It
you.
looked like Diesel was like watching
Yeah,
Bryan.
he was
a bit
doing
earlier.
catch up, drama catch up.
Oh, that must be nice. I'm glad that, Stop. I talked about how I was going to do this. I got it, Diesel. No, I'm kidding. I love Diesel. You guys know it. I do love my Diesel. And
Like,
Beckett
that's
is
not what I
going
heard.
live. Beckett's. Oh no, Beckett's not going live. Someone did a cooking with Jack video.
Wow. We could do that.
Who's Jack?
Cooking with Jack, that dude who had all the
Oh my God!
that
It's
guy.
3 hours.
Okay, new goal. If we get to 10, we're gonna do this video
Queen
in
Seraphina
3 parts
did it.
because it'll take us
Bryan
12 hours.
Mullins, we do this, we get to 10.
Holy shit! That's insane. 3 hours.
the Obscenities Act and ignoring that law from 1897, while maintaining its core purpose of combating human trafficking.
He had like 4 strokes. Yes, he had 4 strokes. He threatened to kill a kid, apparently. He abuses his own kids, allegedly.
He poisoned a church congregation
He poisoned a
once
church.
in a chili cook-off. Thanks, Axis.
Oh, that exists.
Oh, Rosethorn. Jack is a YouTube chef.
Oh, and he makes
Chef-
shitty
chef in
food.
quotations.
Chef in quotations.
Yeah.
I would say YouTube cook in quotations.
He's an interesting dude.
He
He
puts
likes
food
like-
on the pan.
I
and
found
people
out
eat
about
it.
we found out about him this year. He's been around for like 15,
he's
maybe longer.
Whoa. There we go.
One.
Hey, Axis.
Thank you,
One.
Axis.
He's been around for a long time. Cooking with Jack is like
I'm sinister.
the
about it.
genesis of YouTube.
Much less
Yeah,
this
he's
severe form of it,
primordial
and I
soup.
don't for a fact.
Yes, we did watch
Literally
it we did watch one of his videos here on the channel, or if not in the Discord.
It was, I think on Cringe for
Hey,
Reacts,
Axis, thank you.
Right?
2.
Or
Thanks,
something.
Oh.
Axis.
I think Axis wants us to watch. He wants us to watch it.
Second, believe that the CPS and NCMEC being sloppy is either by accident or just on purpose so that they don't do their so-called actual jobs. It's by design. Had it not been for the deep state, none of these organizations would be needed in the first place. Why were these organizations established before the first official federal laws against child sex trafficking went into effect in 2000, or the last year of the 90s? If it hadn't have been for the deep state, aka CFR, being the main
should
non-profit
rechange
organization
the
they are
gold
behind the
name.
scenes when it came to not only domestic but also foreign child sex trafficking rings and child predators in general by colluding with said rings and preds,
I can't rename it because if I rename it, it deletes the progress.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Axis!
Axis is like, you
Chill,
guys are gonna-
Axis! Chill. We are not watching a 3-hour video. I'm telling you that right now.
outside of the two
I
organizations
mean,
in question,
I mean, it's
CPS and NCMC
I mean, like, we
were
probably
watched
established
some
in
of
a
it.
time where the same laws were being established worldwide. By
No! That's not how this works, Brian! The deep state is not why children are being trafficked! Axis, chill! Axis! I know Axis can afford this. I love Axis. Axis knows. Was I lied to? No, Axis, you weren't lied to, but goddamn, dog.
Only allowing them to sexually exploit children if it's financially viable for the sake of making a point against sex exploitation, but completely bar anyone from possessing and or even producing, distributing, and manufacturing literal, not so
Chris,
literal.
how's your favorite furry doing? So we listened to some of his music. I critiqued a lot of his music. We are now listening to his epoch classic of how child sex trafficking happened. And it worked. Yes. Yen, we do know this. Thank you, Yen.
I bring news from up on high.
Yep,
Cinebear just unprivated all their videos, channel.
Just did it?
Just
So
did it.
just did it.
Just happened. Yeah, it
That's
happened on
crazy.
Chris's today. Chris, I got a story for you later. I have a fucking story for you later, actually.
I must say,
I
check
cannot
from
tell
Bryan.
on stream.
wild.
I can't.
Yeah.
I can't tell on stream.
Oh, is that the thing from earlier?
Yeah, it's the thing from
Yeah.
earlier. I bet it with the fucking 9.99. Jesus Christ, guys!
I put the 3 I could remember off the top of my head in books in Discord. It's time for bed. I'll try to remember more from class tomorrow. We had all kinds of conspiracy topics. I can add lots more.
Porn, if you will, in this field that can't possibly come from
Axis,
exploiting actual children/minors when they can masturbate to fictional pictures on a screen without hurting or exploiting anyone by themselves because it's just too damn obscene, y'all. Not only was it a matter of complying to this egregious conflict of interest, it was also a matter of foreign policy, hence why the deep state was needed in the first place. Now do you get the hypocrisy? Not only do you not get cheese pizza, there's no real cheese pizza at all. It's laced with poison, lies, and the only dough anyone ever
What?
Get the goal.
Gee.
Well,
Thank
we get to
you,
go.
Axis.
You know what that
Thank you,
means?
Axis. Thank you, bud.
Chat.
Thank you, who else? Yen.
Come here. Come here, girl. Beat that doggo time. Come on.
Beat that dog.
There she goes. All right.
It's time to watch Jack.
No.
Doggy. Yes.
We will have a dedicated stream to 3 hours of Jack content, okay? Axis has won you an entire stream of the 3-hour Cooking with Jack epic. I'm going to crash out reacting to 3 hours of a video.
I will add it to the list.
This is a 3-hour epic. You wanna know why? I don't think it's okay to do this without Cloudy has to be here for this.
Oh, that's a good point. That's very
Cloudy
fair.
has to be here for any cooking stream that we ever do. It will be like how we did it with Do. We will make sure all of it gets together. Oh my god, thank you, Axis. You didn't have to do that, but
Thank
you're
you.
fucking baller for doing it. You know, Axis works his way into our hearts every day. It's why he's the best.
He's been around forever. We love him.
He's a friend of the channel, straight up.
Queen Serafina. Why do I know that name? What else have they done?
They're currently working on another video, from what I understand.
Sorry, Axis. Sounds like you're getting hashtag McCribgated.
No, he's not
Yeah.
getting McCribbed gated platinum.
Thank you.
He's the ice. Okay, again,
The McRib is on the list of streams.
the McRib is on the list. I just literally have to.
Do you
either
want him
cook it
to
or
make
buy
it, and then it's okay? Here's the thing: do you want him to make it and it's good, and he never tastes an actual McRib, or do you want him to get a real McRib and suffer?
I probably will. Okay, fun fact. Applebee's has a like Cinnabon dessert. I had it. It hurt me. It's
Did it punch you in the kidneys?
It's very rich.
My stomach hurt. It's too rich. You do not need the caramel sauce. It hurts, man. No, not the Cinnabon. You fucking goddamn it, Len. Len, go back to the mines. You know what you're doing. Work, chop, chop. Give the people something to look forward to.
gets us the deep state, these two other organizations, the government, law enforcement, and private detectives, we didn't give a fuck
Chili's every day. Fuck Applebee's.
because all this shit was going on initially in 1976 when that NBC documentary came out talking about, oh, these prostitutes that are so little that are doing this to themselves because that's the only way they make money. All we ever gave a fuck about is the obscenity of it all then. That's how we...
No, that's not how... Okay. the moral panic of prostitution aside, that's not what people gave a fuck about. People gave a fuck about the fact that prostitution exists. It's only very recently is there a lot of groundswell movement to make sex work legal. Now I get it. There are many different there's many different feelings around sex work being legal and things like that. I get it, but that's like a whole different story for a different day. But 2, thank you for the 5.
As someone who has seen Applebee's and Chili's kitchens, why do you hate yourself?
The airport Chili's has never failed me.
You mentioned that last time. Isn't that like a famous?
It's a famous
thing?
thing.
Did you say that?
Yeah, it's a famous thing, but we used to, every time my family and I went to Florida, Chili's just was there. And so I have very fond memories of Chili's.
Oh, but you go to Florida.
Chili's, baby back ribs. Every summer. Sometimes
Every
twice.
summer?
Mm-hmm. I have family that lives there. I'm Cuban. I have family that lives in Miami.
All right, I can't imagine visiting my family every summer.
My mother misses her family. Chili's, baby back ribs. Chili's, baby back ribs. Do, 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 do. I want my baby back ribs.
Please don't do free advertising for Chili's, please.
Just like the song.
Chili's pay us.
There's Hooters in Jersey.
Initially lied to ourselves all along.
I'll meet y'all at the Newark Airport Chili's. We should make a song.
Can't make porn real if consent didn't matter in the first place, let alone age.
You can't make porn real if consent didn't. Is he saying that porn is the reason that consent exists? That doesn't make any sense. That is a nonsense statement. That is quite literally a nonsense statement. We're gonna get through this epic. We have to.
That's why these so-called sham porn factories exist and fail almost on the spot all the time, because they can't thrive on their own. And the greatest fucking irony of all is that porn never came from or was a result of prostitution, or the recording of said prostitute getting down dirty, if you will. It came from porn stars, producers, actors, and directors that asked for consent before, during, and after production of each porno. I don't mind when a 7.
No, I don't want to know. I don't know where he's going with the next sentence. I don't think it's going to be good. I don't like where it started. The trajectory is rancid. I don't like his 2D eyes staring into my soul because I know he doesn't have one.
Hot take, you can't consent into porn or sex work at all. You're being coerced to take sex for money. That's not true. Categorically, that's false. Because then you're saying you don't consent to work at all. That doesn't make any sense. You are consenting to being on camera. You would say actors don't consent to being on camera. That's some tanky shit, I'll be honest. And Garbo, it's fine. I'm just saying it doesn't make any sense.
17-year-old might get into doing that because even if there were 17-year-old porn stars and they're this close to being an adult when they turn 18 anyway, at least they're staging it so they're not actually being harmed. I don't like that kind of shit, but I'm not a hypocrite. Porn is staged in nature, and the ones that were forced to be so-called real, they're not porn, and they can't possibly be staged. By the year 2000, the deep state had fulfilled its purpose of making it an international business to sexually exploit children.
What? So is porn bad or not? You don't make any sense. You're saying none of what you're saying makes sense. None of what you're saying makes sense.
Did you say porn is staged in nature? What does that mean?
Well, because porn is acted, the creation of CP is also acted in his world.
Right. I remember this talking point from before, but what do you mean by in nature?
I think he just means like the nature of porn.
The nature of porn is staged?
Is staged, yes. But that's also not entirely true, though.
Yeah.
Because, okay, just like going back for a second. He's like, oh, well, they all acted, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, basically, Garbo.
There are strippers that do porn acting. There's a bunch of people that, there are prostitutes that do porn acting back in the day. Like, that was a thing. It was a way to legitimize sex work. Porn, they have to understand, the porn industry is a way to legitimize sex work. And it does, for a lot of people, with OF and Fansly, does legitimize sex work. Now, there's a lot of topics on that. There have been sexually exploitative porn industry and porn and like porn houses.
Historically so. Yeah.
Historically so. Whether or not you believe oh my god, I almost said Anita Sarkeesian. What's her name?
Oh my god.
Mia Khalifa.
I knew what you what you wanted to say, and I
Yeah.
wasn't going to correct you.
Yeah, like whether or not you believe in Mia Khalifa, big suggestion: watch Gamer from Mars's videos on Mia Khalifa. I
Right.
find them hyper fascinating. Does a really good job at like tracking her history. She like recently like said that she thinks she has autism.
It's always underdiagnosed in women.
Yeah, no, it is. I just think it's very interesting because that's never come up until like real recent, like within the last year recent. Amber's report is still staged, just badly. Yeah, you have to put the camera somewhere.
Long enough that even if we dismantled it in the future, it wouldn't even matter. Because even if and when we do get rid of redundant and overtly fraudulent laws against so-called CP, which came long before the first comprehensive one against the actual problem, child sex trafficking, we'll still see major rings be busted in even a more effective and efficient way. As other countries suffer when it comes to telling the difference between porn and actual abuse induced through and from prostitution, we as a nation could just...
So what he's saying is once prostitution is criminalized, which it already is, in many places in the world, then child sex trafficking will stop. But that's not... What? That doesn't make any sense! It doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any sense! Okay.
Just sit idly on our asses and blame ourselves for what we did to the world, for what we helped inevitably create as not only a black market business on a global scale, but also a worldwide phenomenon that sees CPS and NCMEC as tools for law enforcement to then collude with the deep state and government and keep it...
Oh my god, CPS doesn't just do sex trafficking. There are kids that are physically abused. There are kids that literally go under the system because there isn't any, like... If Mr. Gamer is in chat, I'll give a shout out to Mr. Gamer. I looked at the Buffalo stuff. If you guys don't know, a YouTuber by the name of Angry Cops also works as a SVU detective in Buffalo, New York, and is making claims that schools are underreporting, if not just not reporting, instances where children are being sexually abused, either by other kids or namely by adults. Very famously in Buffalo, there's a story about it. We will not be running that story because it is an ongoing investigation until it is ceased. I don't want to run it because A, we really don't have any access to that as a small YouTube channel, and B, I think it would cheapen the point of that being like run by us. Personally speaking, I think that it should be looked at if what he's saying is very true, which again, I don't have any reason to believe that he's not being truthful about it. We'll probably look into it a little bit afterwards. I don't know. I feel very weird about like running stories sometimes that are literally news information on a fucking drama channel. That's just how I feel about it. Like things like the fake doctor that we want to run. It is actually internet lore. But yeah.
it all alive, because apparently it's far worse and too bad to be left on its own to die off as a financially unsustainable and predatory venture had they not meddled over the obscenity of the material than just making it a business so that they replace the previously dominant predators as a mean of capitalistic competition for something that would have never been successful at all without them, and or vice versa, in the first place. And finally, foreign policy. It's actually not in the best of interest to actually fight against child sex trafficking and exploitation internationally, after all. Maybe get rid of the deep state, quit relying on lazy, busybody law enforcement to do all the
Oh my god, he's ANCAP. I forgot this motherfucker is ANCAP and doesn't believe in like police. Which again, you can have your own you can have your own qualms about police. You can have your own qualms about policing in your country. We live in the United States. I have friends that are very scared by the current regime, and I totally get it. But there is a reason that laws exist, why law and order exists. There is a reason why law enforcement exists. But one of the biggest things that Bryan is not understanding, if you do any criminal justice courses or any criminality courses or look at how crime progresses, there is a direct correlation with the lack of early intervention social services to the higher rates of crime in specific areas. It's like almost 1-to-1. So not like saying, oh, we should like, oh, if we stop relying on the deep state, CPS won't be a thing anymore, blah, blah, blah. Like, literally, it doesn't make any sense. You have zero understanding of why crime rates are so high in countries like specifically the US, or how criminology or how criminal activity literally comes about. Jesus Christ. This guy's making me cough.
Heavy work for you, and give the power to investigate and go after actual child abuse, child sex trafficking rings, and everything else to the states, never the feds. Because we did, and it's a big mistake. Nothing has changed, and that's unfortunate.
What do you mean? States still investigate those things. Do you think the states don't charge pedophiles? Okay.
Where I'll have to end the short form commentary. At the end of the day, we're all to blame. I'm Bryan Mullins the Fox, signing out. And by God, if the deep state ever goes away, take Alex Jones right with him. Fuck it. See you all in part 2.
I forgot. Like he's
This guy's
like
all over the place.
He's all over. He's like a weird lefty ANCAP. Like it's so weird. He's like so bizarre. Sorry, chat. My voice is kind of going off. Thank you too for the 5.
You're trying to explain quantum mechanics to a sea cucumber.
Faye Fauci, my buddy, said there's 2 furry cons going on in Jersey this weekend. I'm not going to either of them. Fuck off. I don't even go to cons as it is. Okay, so where's the next one? Where's the next one? It's so like he fucking puts out too many videos. All right, so this
You want
is.
to check out the thing Embre found?
We'll do that at the end. Okay, this is. Okay.
Embre also documented the fanfic,
Thank you.
the roast
Okay.
games and empirical guidelines.
So part 2 is here. Here's part 3 and part 4. Or is this part 4? No, make it illegal for the government, deep state, and others to sexually exploit. There's more than. Oh my God, this guy is insane. Oh, there's so many. We're gonna get through it. Okay, this one's only 5 minutes though.
Hello, everyone. I am Bryan Mullins the Fox. Welcome to the second part of the short-form commentary series. I'm ready to spell it all out to you, and before I do so, I'll have to make sure you all know that I just got through with recovering long enough after the double tooth extraction I had on April 1st, as of recording this.
I don't care.
With all that out of the way.
Greg!
Oh, tell me about the roast games. Don't tell me about your fucking teeth, dude.
I love you, dude.
Let's get back to it. How do these child sex trafficking rings and ring
Looter Moonsy with the 2 Canadian. Hey, Looter, what's
Thank
up?
you, thank you.
Bryan, I hardly bring ham.
busts work exactly?
Looter!
I don't know why that got me.
Well, because he says that the roast games was to replace ham.
I know, but I don't know why that got me.
Instead of busting them down all at once and then dissolving the rings and making it impossible for anyone to establish one to begin with, they couldn't be further from the interests they pretend to have for the sake of foreign policy, even nationwide policy. Before I sum it up as best I can before the potential Numbers by the Decade series coming this summer, I hope, if nothing goes to shit, here is a prime example of evidence that this industrial complex exists, as unwittingly reported by NCMEC. Unfortunately, state compliance with the statutory
Unfortunately, okay, he's gonna read this.
reporting requirement, which has no penalty for non-compliance, varies tremendously, resulting in different levels of information being reported to NCMEC. When a child is missing from state care, states cite the following as the biggest barriers to compliance: lack of clarity at the state level concerning what information is required to be reported to NCMEC under the PSTSFA and other federal laws that impose requirements on state child welfare agencies, as well as the interrelationship among these laws. Lack of federal funding to support the time and personnel involved in reporting, and a lack of state resources to fill the gap. Outside of the fact that this should have never been only on the federal level, instead it should have been all on the state.
No, stupid fuck. That's not what it's saying. It's not just on a federal level. The federal level handles nationwide, but state level it's very difficult. it's very difficult to do these things. Fun fact also, child sex trafficking goes over state lines. So there has to be both federal and state organizations. But state organizations cannot do it alone if it crosses a state line. Like, you don't understand why there's levels to these things. Okay. And it's also because CPS and other state-run programs don't just deal with sex trafficking. They deal with kids who are abused, kids who are kidnapped. Like, there's a lot of things, as someone who had to call the National Centers for Missing and Exploited Children, like, this guy is so unhinged. He's so unhinged, and he doesn't understand the need for legislation and practices and organizations on a national and state setting. Also, like, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is also, like, it's a fucking charity as well. Like it needs funding. Okay. Okay.
State level. And each case that happens in each state should be taken care of by the state this is all happening in, and the feds should just fund the states for taking care of all this shit on their own.
But they can't. They physically can't do that if it crosses state lines, stupid!
As they should. The third reason, the lack of established, consistent reporting mechanisms and information sharing about the specifics of a missing child case. For example, an employee may be responsible for submitting the state or agency's report to NCMEC, but that person is not the original social worker and does not have detailed information such as the child's social media platforms or last worn clothing, which can inhibit finding the child, and state legal barriers, examples given, privacy laws and policy that inhibit information sharing.
Before he goes on, I'm going to explain what these 2 points mean in a little bit more clarity, because he sucks at this. So what the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children is discussing is that there's a variety of databases and systems, as well as laws, that do create issues when interacting with different types of law enforcement, to laypersons, to social workers, things like that. There are jobs that are mandatory reporters. Your school should be a mandatory reporter. If you see child abuse in hospitals, for instance, I can only explain my job. Like, if we have suspected instances of not even just child sex trafficking, but like child abuse and things like that, we need to call Department of Child Protection Services. Elder abuse, we also have to call a hotline as well. Like, if we have any suspected instances of abuse of a specifically protected class, which would be the elderly as well as minors, there are people that we have to report to. When it comes to adults, it's a little wonky and weird. When it's human trafficking, you have to make a discretion. If it's abuse, if the person doesn't want to report it, unfortunately, you can't. Unfortunately, if the person doesn't want to report that their partner or something along those lines, that they're being abused by them, there's not much you can do. It does suck, but that is a reality, because you do have to respect that person's autonomy and safety.
I know in certain states like Las Vegas, like Nevada, if there's an incident and police get called, if one person doesn't get or if an abuse victim doesn't want to press charges or anything like that, I think the state still has to. For certain, I think certain states have been implementing stuff like that. But,
it depends state by state.
It depends on the situation, and states.
It depends state by state, because you have to remember that part of the medical stuff is also protected information. It is there's HIPAA and things like that. There's a lot, there are privacy laws and information sharing. You literally have to just be okay with it. See, if I know something is wrong, I just file a form and the IRS deals with it. Yeah. I'm a mandatory reporter for the elderly and vulnerable person exploitation, mainly financial, because I work in banking. Yeah. That's there are levels to doing it.
Yeah. I was going to say that too. Banks have to too, for bank tellers have to look out for elder abuse.
In Canada, if it's a sexual assault, police will investigate it, even if the victim does not want to press charges. It does vary as well, because there are people that come in for SA that don't even report what happened. It happens. It is what it is, unfortunately. Like you have what are known as forensic nurses. They will have to do oh my god. It's a sexual assault exam specifically. I can't remember what it's not called SAD. It's called something else and I can't remember the name of it. But like again, Bryan is fundamentally misunderstanding the issue with reporting and the issue with dealing with child sex trafficking or any kind of sex trafficking in general.
Here's why. They enacted something called the barriers. Examples.
Okay. I love when he like skips a segment. Significant gaps in PSTSF. I don't know what that stands for. Limit its effectiveness in providing a greater safety net for vulnerable children. The PSTSFA is silent with respect to what information states must provide. I'm sure that's like the private, like some act. Hey, Gilded, what's up, man? SAR. Yes. Thank you.
Oh, a SAR kit?
Yeah. Because it's a whole exam.
Yeah.
For forensic nursing. I've thought about doing it. It is interesting. It's just depressing. Let's see. The past is silent with respect to what information states must provide when they learn that a child in foster care is missing. The NCMEC also operates the cyber tip line, the nation's centralized reporting system for reporting the online exploitation of children. U.S.-based electronic services, such as social media companies, are required by U.S. federal law to report apparent child sexual abuse material on their platform, but this reporting requirement does not include instances of sex trafficking. I don't think... That's not the deep state, you stupid fuck! It's the fact that we treat companies like they're human beings! So the companies are not this is why, for instance, and I'm actually going to say this, this is why, for instance, H3H3 can't fucking sue Reddit to get the information on who potentially may have called CPS. Because the companies say, we're not responsible for our users, we don't have to release that information. It's why fucking Mark Zuckerberg went before Congress and got fucking his shit reamed in about suspicious activity from Russian sources, which they fucking concluded that there was disinformation on the platform. It's because they don't have to do it until they're federally investigated. States don't always have the right to do this. It's why we shouldn't treat... he's misunderstanding everything about the statistic and about this information. He's blaming it on the deep state, but that's not... he is blaming the inability to get access to these things. He's calling it willful neglect to let trafficking and abuse continue and perpetuate for the deep state. So we have those sources. I don't know what Bryan's hang-up is with CPS, but this motherfucker was either let down or had so many interactions with them. It's just like, what is happening?
Given privacy laws and policy that
Gilded, no. Gilded, don't fucking do this to me, dog. He's a prophet of our times.
Information sharing. Here's why. They enacted something called the Preventing Sex Trafficking...
Okay, so this is the preventing... Okay, so that's what it means. The Preventing Trafficking and Strengthening Families Act in 2014 sought to improve the child welfare system response to sex trafficking of older children in foster care. So this is specifically an act in foster care. Make that very clear. Requires that within 24 hours of a child gone missing from state care, child welfare agencies must notify 1. Law enforcement so the child can be entered into the FBI's National Crime Information Center, NCIC database, and 2. National Centers for Missing and Exploited Children, so they can provide support services to try to locate the child. The requirements has resulted in a significant increase in the number of reported missing children. Additionally, since enactment, the average duration of the reported children missing has decreased significantly. Again, he uses a fucking statistic that proves him wrong! This is why the federal government should be fucking involved, because they can act resources faster! Literally what they're complaining about! His stepdad threw him in a freezer once. Does that count? Probably CPS was called for that shit. Does he not understand how this works? Every time. Every time. Every fucking time he does this. Len, can I show this on screen? Are you cool if I show this on screen, or are you still working on it? Len, I need to know. This is fucking baller, by the way. Because if this is not done, I will leave. It's a sketch. Okay. So chat, we're gonna break up something. I have asked Len to make a series of op-ed art. So I'm gonna reveal one of them.
Oh, that's cute.
So there's gonna be a series of little op-eds. I've asked Len to make a couple of them. So this is really funny. I really enjoy these. There's Dew. There's Cloudy. There's Chris the Narc. I'm really there's the fucking gay ops photo and everything. I love it. But yeah, I asked Len to make you guys, so we're gonna have a series of
How cute.
It's super awesome. I didn't know until Len told me. I didn't know what Soul Monitor was. I showed it to them, and they're like, oh, I know this thing. And so we're kind of like working on like a series of op-eds, because I think it's really cool. I think this is a really fun time. If you, this is just like a side note, if you want to create what you view your own op-ed to be, the way I've always said it is you guys have monitors for heads or like anything. And the way I look at op-eds are you guys are like, this is like a TV show, and you guys are doing like you're moving the cameras, boom mics, the chat window is your head kind of thing. So if you want to do similar op-ed stuff, like Len is doing, that's just, I'm not gonna say that's the requirement, but that's just what I have in my head.
Like instead of OC, it's an OPSI.
Yeah, it's like an OPSI. Yeah, exactly. And I did ask Len whenever they get the chance. I did ask Len to kind of make like a blank-faced one, so you could put your icon in as well. I hope to one day have it like stream integration, so it pops up with the person's actual face. I don't know how well that's gonna work, but one day. Back to fucking Bryan
IZK
Mullins.
says they're the intimacy coordinator.
Yeah, thank you, Pi.
That's fucking
And
crazy.
strengthening
I hate you, Pi. I love you,
Families
though.
Act in 20.
Pi, one day we will meet up. I promise. We're New Jerseyites. It'll work.
Or you'll hate each other.
And when it
You're
comes to
both
the
New
shitty policy that
Jersey.
Fuck
doesn't
off,
actually
asshole.
work, despite the declining average time when it comes to how long they're missing for between 2012 and 2016, and
what?
despite the trafficking and strengthened laws and policy that inhibit information sharing. Here's why. They enacted something called the Preventing Sex Trafficking and Strengthening Families Act in 2014, and when it comes to the shitty policy, that doesn't actually work, despite the declining average time when it comes to how long they're missing for.
That's not what the statistic is saying. It's the statistic is saying it does work. It's just saying we should still do more. It's saying that there's limitations to the policy. The policy is effective, but there's limitations to the policy. I don't think you understand what that... This man is fucking insane. Fucking scientific literacy is dead every day. He reads stats wrong every fucking time. He is legitimately illiterate.
He reads them in a way that makes sense to
Only him.
to his conspiracy theory.
Yeah. We should do a flat Earth episode. I hate this.
We get the wrong crowd.
Bennett, you can call him whatever you want. I have no issues if you guys use it in the stream. Many of our my AUs in chat, they know. You know what? Jetfire GT, you're absolutely correct. Also, JetX user thing is cool. I will say that. I'm bringing it back, Greg.
Bringing what back?
It's Insano and the motherfucking Braino.
Oh.
I haven't
you
said
meant-
that in a while.
I thought you meant a slur. I was like, don't.
Oh,
don't say
fuck
that.
off, asshole. That's only when we sleep together.
Between 2012 and
Why?
2016, and between October 2017 and September 3rd, 2019. The more that these child prostitutes and child sex traffickers are in on each other, if you will, the more it'll just happen and go further under the radar than it was previously. This is why leaving it up to only the feds has always been a mistake.
But it's not. It's not being left up to feds. It's literally not. It's coordinating resources. Literally, the NCMEC is literally saying so they can coordinate local resources. You can't. I can give you a list of fringe weirdo conspiracy YouTubers, Pimento. You can make your own thing in the op suggestions. We will look at that. I will have Greg on specifically because Greg knows everything about conspiracy theories.
I don't. Don't put that on me, Ricky Mommy.
You do now.
We should have given all the rights to fight child sex trafficking, child prostitutes, and funding for personnel, and the rest of all that shit to the states. And the feds should only have just funded the states doing all this.
No, that's not how that works. Bryan spends a lot of time around map types, but he's too stupid to see what they are. Yeah, I know.
This graph is there, assuming that all the cases of child sex trafficking can be tracked and has been reported, when in reality, what they provide is reported as opposed to, and in comparison to, the number that are unreported, it's not even fucking close. Here's how it works. The more that an organization intervenes in a matter that concerns child sex trafficking, their funding is either pulled or is lackluster in general.
That... I need a drink of water. But I also need a fucking Advil for what I just heard. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm going to turn my capture off. I can't believe you just... Oh, oops, that's the window capture. I can't believe you just fucking said that out loud.
So it's gonna be me and Greg.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi, Greg. I watched a movie Tuesday, Greg.
That's good.
It's called Alley Fear Eats the Soul.
Never
It's
heard
a 1970s German film about xenophobia.
Hmm.
It was really good.
Yeah.
Like I never seen the director's films before, but apparently his films have like an unsettling sort of like direction for the actors, and it very much fits with like kind of the theme of the movie.
Mhm.
Hi, Blue, you okay? I'm excited to watch his other movies. I was sad because I looked up like the main like actor who played Ali in the film, and apparently he killed himself in prison.
Damn.
He had a drinking problem, and apparently he and the director were in a relationship. And when he died, no one told the director until just before his death that he died.
Just before the director's death, that the star died.
Yeah.
Wow.
And apparently the director's last film was dedicated to him.
That's sad.
I mean, I can talk about Salman Rushdie, because that's another thing I looked up today when we were chatting.
I don't think Bryan's serious enough to be... I'm not like mad... Okay, so I want to make it very clear. I'm not mad at Bryan. I am mad at his literacy. He's just very scientifically illiterate. And it's one of those things where it's like, I'm more frustrated that like Bryan is not alone in his inability to read statistics. It's just his version of it leads to whatever the fuck this is.
You know what needs to happen? Him and Chris should get in a convo, and Chris should tell him about anthropology.
No, I listen, I'd say this right now. If I got the chance to interview Bryan Mullins, Dan's Burst style, I fucking would in a heartbeat. I would.
He's like shadowboxing at night. It's like, oh, one of these days.
Yeah. I would do it in a heartbeat. One day Dan's Burst will come back. I mean, I hope not. I hope he's in fucking jail, but yeah. Yeah, the amount of people who don't know how to read stats is very... Yeah, exactly. and he doesn't do he does enough research to fulfill his own thoughts, but he doesn't do enough research to just live. You know, most people can. I know. Let's get back to it.
Given that the feds didn't give states any incentive or proper funding to take matters into their own hands, along with local police in each respective district and county within each state. The less likely a state is able to deal with child sex trafficking in the confines of their own state border, the more the states themselves rely on the feds to give a shit, only to have it all be in vain, and the shit is continued to be allowed to happen, no matter what. But the less they intervene or even particularly target what they're supposed to be targeting, the more that this shit goes unreported. Continuing decades of this predatory black market industry created by the deep state, CFR, for the sake of making anti-CP policies and laws the norm all around the world despite advancing technology, and despite it not being porn at all. The more the funding goes to an organization just like NCMC and even CPS, the more the funds go straight into the hands of the feds.
I need you to stop saying that you don't think pornography and child porn exists. Because that, you can't say... You can't say that child sex trafficking exists, but then you say CSAM doesn't exist. You literally can't have it both ways. That's not how it works. It's just not how it works.
It's like he's like at a restaurant. He's like, I want it both ways.
No, this is no
want it my
porque no
way.
nos dos. No. It's not a taco commercial.
Feds, and then to the worst people imaginable, the child sex traffickers and child
Baja
prostitutes
Blast
themselves.
here.
And this process will continue
Fuck
until
you.
someone actually steps up to the plate, exposes it all, undoes all the mistakes and all the bullshit policies that never worked, and redoes it to where it's impossible for child prostitutes and child sex trafficking rings and leaders and members to even thrive off of any of this. And all these mistakes that we made for the past nearly 50 years. All we need.
Yes. Bryan I actually don't know where that clip is, Gilded. I know he said that. I don't remember what video that is.
He has so many videos.
Well, he's famously said that the best way for sex ed is to have sex in front of your kids in a safe environment to teach them sex ed.
That
Yeah,
would
I heard that
traumatize the
too.
kid.
I just don't know what video that's from.
I
You
I don't
have
know the
that
world
on
that he's
hand?
living in. He keeps it in his wallet.
Gilded, you.
He's got a
fucking-
utility belt. Saw the trauma.
Oh! This is Yeah, I know. The Gilded, because I know you're in the chat. I watched your recent video. I 100% agree. That's why I never watched that fucking Lio video. I got
Yeah, it felt really weird.
I got 5 minutes in. It was like, oh, this kid's like a fucking troll. And somebody probably sent Lio some stupid shit. Again, not defending Lio when he gets trolled. You're a fucking idiot, dude. I keep telling you to not do this shit. It's like I was like, what the fuck is this dude? Killed it. Always on ops, yeah.
Need to know now is how much do they all make a year at the expense of everything that's going on only in America in comparison to the rest of the world. We will all find all that shit out in the Summer's Numbers by the Decade series. That's exactly how they work. We'll also talk about the percentage of child sex.
Oh, that's right. Gilded, if you don't know, he's transitioning the roast games to child sex trafficking. Yes, Abyssal, I am talking about that.
Traffickers caught and arrested and missing children reported
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
in comparison to those blatantly unreported or child prostitutes arrested right with the traffickers themselves in said Numbers by the Decade series. But until then, I'm Bryan Mullins the Fox, signing out. See you in the rant.
Okay.
So what's the newer one that has come out?
So he's gonna be transitioning to the prostitute the ring. That is what he's gonna start transitioning to. Okay.
Oh no.
So here it is, part 3. At least he made a lot of these videos like short as fuck. I forgot he also premieres all his fucking videos.
Hi everybody, I am Bryan Mullins the Fox, here to make a whole laundry list of suggestions and ideas as to what to do about all this. Number 1, strengthen and embolden anti-child sex trafficking laws while getting rid of anti-CP laws at the same time, punishing not just the said child sex traffickers, but also the child
What?
prostitutes as well. Given
I don't think that does what he think it does. I think it's like I don't think that word means what you think it means. Moment.
I figured it out. I actually figured it out. He thinks all porn is done by prostitutes. He hates all prostitutes.
That is, yeah.
That's what it is. He thinks porn is perpetuated by prostitution.
Is he like a rad femme?
I don't know. I think so. Because he thinks that porn is a extension, like because he thinks porn is an extension of prostitution. He just like insane. Oh yeah, yeah. He's definitely got bodies buried somewhere, 100%, and they're mostly dog bodies.
Oh.
That prostitution in general is morally wrong and illegal anyway. When I say to punish both a child sex trafficker and child prostitute, I mean either giving them both life without parole, and for the prostitute, if they can be tried as an adult, if their age is close enough, if the prostitute is prepubescent, legally authorize the killing of such because children cannot be...
So he's not
Capital
just killed a
punishment.
child.
Capital punishment for the innocent. Oh no! Is it?
Capital
Are they 9? Capital punishment. Kill them dead. Gas them. Oh fuck! Oh, Bryan.
Hey, make sure to like the stream.
And make sure to
Suffering.
tip because this stream is getting a big fat yellow. Oh
I'm
my
a cat.
god. That's insane, dog. That's fucking insane. Capital murder for child victims. Greg, what if this is if we've extended Minority Report for minors, is this now just a Looper for minors? Wait, isn't this just a plot of Looper?
Didn't we say this before? And then I spoiled the end of Looper, so I'm not going to
Yes,
talk
I
about
think
Looper
you
again.
did actually. Oh, that's so
Are we
fucking-
looping?
Are we looping?
I am kind of loopy.
Oh, fuck me. That's insane.
be tried as an adult, only if the parent blatantly refuses to or can't recover the said prostitute or child of their own making, because they're far gone, mentally and even sexually. Number 2, get rid of the deep state, which is by far the most important step. Step 3, dismantle and destroy the black market, whilst giving all the power to fight against these child sex trafficking rings and child prostitutes to the states, and only letting the feds fund said states as financial aid for personnel, better resources, and getting rid of all the ambiguous gaps in between. And also punish the federal
pause
government for financially discriminating against the state by
Pause.
pulling their funds for basically...
Pause. He knows that the state government is still the government, right? I feel like he's anti-federal government, but not anti-state government.
He's a weird
He's-
end
he-
cap.
He understands that they're both forms of government for the United States, right?
So what's happening is it's a conflict. So here's what I can understand about Bryan right now. It's a conflict of interest for his belief system. His belief system does teeter on like ANCAP stuff and stuff like that, but it's very clearly rooted in like some Republican base, which is state government over federal government.
Yeah.
Which also doesn't make any sense because the current version of the Republican Party doesn't do that anymore. But the issue is his belief systems are clashing because
Mhm.
he
And he
wants
can't cope
yeah,
with that.
and he can't cope
Yeah.
with it because it doesn't make any sense because he's doing like this weird doublespeak because he wants the federal government to fund state governments. But the problem with that is that then if a national database has to be instated, which he is advocating for, then the federal government has to create a national database, which means the states have to also fund the federal government. Like he doesn't understand how any of this works.
No.
He just doesn't. And
He-
that's
but
the
he
problem.
he's very confident
He's
that he
confident!
does, though.
He's so confident.
I want to know
We
who he
trying to-
voted for.
RFK Jr.
do the only thing
That's
that
great.
needs to be
That's-
done.
You
and
know
that is
that's-
fight
you
the
know I'm
child
right.
sex
That makes
traffickers,
so
the deep
much
state, and the child
sense
prostitutes
if he
directly.
did.
And number 5,
He wouldn't
create-
come in.
How does
Hey,
he
Star
feel
Sprinter
about
for the
RFK,
5.
the
Thank
autism
you.
Hit list.
I came back from touching grass to this cretin. I feel like I should go back to grass.
I
Yes.
mean, in a way,
Return to monk.
in
Return to
return to
grass.
monkey.
Do you think
We should
become
all.
like
I
the
really
X-Men?
need.
We get put on the list, and then the Sentinels come for us.
I don't know.
I touched grass today. It wasn't enough for this.
I mean, I touched grass with the dog, so.
I haven't been outside yet.
Ever. They don't let you outside.
I
Enter
even
in
the
far clear-
co-host jail.
laws
can't
against
escape, I'm too
prostitution of
tiny.
any and all ages / purposes. And that's about it. Tune in next time to where I rant about the 4th step. I'm Bryan Mullins the Fox, signing out.
Okay, so this was the 3rd step, which is still kill the kids. Which I, again, to this day, don't understand.
Brian is proof RFK Jr. was right.
Honestly,
You know what?
Yeah.
If you take a blood test, they have the same brainworm. Like it's genetically related. Like you can't really.
When
There's no other way to
when
explain it.
RFK institutes the system, I hope Bryan Mullins is the first one to get the number tattoo.
You guys know
That's
what's funny?
crazy.
I was looking up some stuff on Jimmy Hoffa.
Can he get like
And
0001?
There's a crossover between Jimmy Hoffa and RFK Jr.
Yes,
and I'm
there
like, what
is.
the fuck?
I watched that video when we eventually do the Jimmy Hoffa story. I do want Cloudy here for that too, since she doesn't know all of it. And maybe some of our foreign friends as well. That'll be a fun time.
Oh, you know what? That'd be really fun too because I think explaining famous American outlaws,
Yeah.
or so to speak, or criminals that have kind of like perpetuated in like the U.S. cultural zeitgeist would be
Yeah.
interesting to showcase to a European.
Yeah, 100%.
Like these are the people that we talk about all the time that you don't understand.
Yeah, it'd be great to like grab like Dew or other people from different countries about it. This sounds a little too far of an Italian for my joke. Yeah, Jimmy Hoffa he was a labor leader, and he got fucking
Mhm.
murked by the mob. I'm not saying I know where Hoffa's buried, but I may.
Hmm.
I don't know.
I have my theories.
Hi everybody, I am Bryan Mullins the Fox. Welcome to the second to
Had
last
a new
short
intro.
form rant of the month of
It's
April.
fucking
This is
sucks.
by
Never will, he
far
never
the most
will.
important thing to
He
talk
never
about
will.
all month, by the way. How do we make it permanently illegal for the governments, and countries abroad all over the world?
Okay, it's not Giant Stadium. He was killed in Detroit, or he went missing in Detroit. There's no way it's Giant Stadium.
I
As
think
funny as
he
it
was
is.
cut up to tiny itty bitty pieces and fed to pigs.
Oh, he's wet. No, I
He's
think he's wet. I think he's wet.
He's in that he's in the Detroit house in the Gorillaz music video.
I personally think he's wet. That's just me, though.
To sexually exploit children themselves, and then punish those who do? That's a very fucking good question. Because I'll just state this for the record. Maybe, just maybe, all this shit was never about being capitalistic, because capitalism has no relationship to the state. Because if all this has a
Thank you, Gilded. You're the boss. Thank you so much, dude. Okay, hold up. Here we go. Directly
Okay,
from
kitty.
Gilded Poo,
Oh.
Brian's grooming take.
If any kind of yours wants to know what the place they came from looks like, if you will, just show them for a short period of time and do this after warning them that it might scar them mentally. Note, this is not child abuse, but suppressing their innocence by depriving them of that sexual knowledge is. In fact, if you want a brother or a sister and you're a little kid, and if you're old enough to somehow know where you came from, ask them kindly, if they may allow you to, watch in a safe enough angle the process of intercourse without scarring you any further for life.
What a crazy donut alert sound.
It's like, sir, I just sat down. Who starts a conversation like this?
Okay, so it hits me in waves. Yes, he's insane. But the other thing too is like hearing Bryan sped up is just very funny to me because you just hear how fucking autistic he is.
Both versions, both sped up and normal, still sound like AI, and I can't pinpoint it.
I know.
Mhm.
He's just a special boy.
Do you think he writes a script, or this just manifests in his brain?
Oh no, he writes it. He has to write this.
But what if it's like like,
Chat, remember to like the stream and subscribe. Please help us. Help us, God,
what if
please.
it's like immaculate conception of brainworms?
Maybe. Who knows? I don't fucking know. But this is just insane.
He writes it, I have proof. I hope it's not like Crayola crayon.
No,
that you have.
no. His Wattpad has like some of these beliefs. He wrote a rape cannibalism story about all dogs go to heaven.
I do remember this.
And
because he has a crush on that one
we
dog.
read it today. It features stuff about the roast games. Like it's the Christmas special is based on the roast games.
I also sent you Amber found's the Wattpad about the roast games.
Yes, I am gonna read that after.
Okay.
Gilded, I would join you with that. 100% I would join you in drinks with Bryan Mullins, unironically. You and me would have a fucking field day with him. I think it would be hilarious.
What if you read it and like it curses you though? What if it's like
What if I turn into a fox?
like this? No, what if it's like the Sonichu medallion? And just it scorches your retinas and all you see is roast game.
Well, we'll get there,
conspiracy.
I guess. We'll get there.
In my head, I imagine you hanging out with Bryan Mullins. It's like that scene from The Office, and he's the printer, and you're both like stepping on top of him.
Which scene from The Office? Because I don't.
The one where they
recognize that.
destroy the printer.
Maybe, who knows? We'll get there.
A relationship or another to the deep
Hey, what's up, Mr. Geese the Gamer? I actually shouted you out today. You could roll back. I actually shouted you out.
state, the state itself, FBI, CIA, CPS, NCMEC, and child sex trafficking rings and prostitutes themselves,
Gnocchi,
then it isn't
fuck boy.
capitalism or capitalistic. By
It's gnocchi.
No, but
Gnocchi.
that's so weird to say. Hey, I shouted you out. Go search for when I said your name 2 hours ago.
Yep,
Random
yep.
chatter. That's
No,
okay.
Gamer's not a random chatter. He's
No,
like
but you
literally
could say that to any
everybody's
random
chat.
chatter. I'm saying in the
Definition.
instance that it's not. Go on.
I'm sorry. I actually, it was a misclick.
And actually, it's pronounced gnocchi.
No, it's gnocchi.
It's gnocchi.
So
Link the
gnocchi.
timestamp. I don't fucking know, dog.
I don't know. Fucking
we were all
YouTube's
brainwashed to
ass
comply
for going
with.
backwards.
Yeah, it is.
but also deny the very existence of the deep state at the same time. We coaxed ourselves to be gullible sheep in a world and society where we would be the very reason why these predators are off the streets and they wouldn't even exist by that
Okay.
standard. Maybe, just motherfucking maybe, the child sex traffickers aren't doing all the money making after all. Possibly only just a fraction of it, but I bet you $1 million fucking dollars that the rest of it is from the deep state and all these other organizations just to try and supposedly fight against them, but all
So they create a problem so that they can
Yep.
get funding
Yep.
to fight a problem.
Yep.
Well, sounds like the government to me.
Okay. Cool. We're all on the same line.
they're doing is funding the operations of the very child sex trafficking rings they're running, and not dissolving those rings at all. That's more than just a guess and a hunch. It's most positively a fact. I haven't done any math about the intricate details yet.
What does math have to do with it?
He hasn't done
Well, I know.
numerology.
I thought we were doing this off of vibes. I thought your spidey sense was tingling.
His
I-
fucking
I
predator sense is
wonder-
tingling. The deep state is here. The J question has come.
The predator
If he-
sense is going
I-
off.
I
It's
wanna
always going
ask
off. The
him-
call is coming from inside the house.
If he takes this so seriously, why don't you opt the government, like join the government to find the information you want.
Now this is easier.
That's so funny. This is so
I found a lot of
funny.
people who are like, "Oh man, I have these theories." I mean, like, why don't you go into the rings of power and find
Yeah,
out that
yeah,
the
and
theories are
s-
true
and-
or not? You
and-
big fucking pussy.
And schizophrenic
Imagine,
TBI haver says they're gonna go to jail over YouTube beef.
imagine you go to your local Kroger's or Albertsons or Vaughn's or whatever, and Bryan Mullins is bagging your groceries, and he slips into your bag a little business card that says the roast games, and on the back it has a QR code and it links to his YouTube account.
That's funny. That's
No.
would he
should do.
trust the QR code? I guess. This,
Oh, that's a good point.
wait, what if he has a QR code on
He
the
would
back
just
of his
type it out.
fursuit?
No, he would type it out on the business card, but it would be too long and it would get cut off and just go to like the next line down.
Yes. I love it. Bryan Mullins, listen, we will interview you, dog. I'll leave a comment on one of the videos and be like, hey, Would love to interview you. Covered your newest things. Would love to hear your thoughts.
Oh, but I will. Just you wait and see this summer. All of this is self-centered, self-serving,
On the last video, I will leave a comment. I'll show you guys publicly. If he does it, he does it. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
controlling sexual exploitation of children just for the sake of pretending that they can compete with their enemies and that children can consent when not only that they can't, but that they shouldn't because they should never be prostitutes. No one should ever be a prostitute, ever, no matter if you're an adult or not. Because just like the culture of ignorance this all has brewed up over the past almost 5 decades, it also brewed up all the misconceptions of porn that
Question.
idiots and manic people, especially religious nutterbutters and a lot
How
of them on
close
the far
he
right,
is?
But-
How close is he becoming a prostitute killer? Like,
Oh,
what's gonna
he
put
would
him
if he
over
could.
the edge? Is
Oh,
he gonna
100%
just,
he
like,
would.
A lady's gonna be like, ew, nasty, and he's like, I'm gonna get a knife.
I
I feel like he would not even just because he'd be like trying to cozy up to a girl. I think he'd be doing it because he's thinking he's saving somebody.
wait. When is Brian's birthday?
Why the fuck would I know?
No, because
No,
Gilda
yeah,
just said
Gilda.
he and Gallagher are dropping Bryan Mullins videos on his birthday. What the fuck is his birthday? Because you sent me the thing, and I'm very curious. May 7th? Dog, I gotta wait that long?
It's a week. You'll be fine.
We do a part 3.
Fuck.
I can make a more demented thumbnail at that time.
I know. No, well, this is, I mean, part 3 is funny. Listen, a part 3 would be getting Brian on fucking. I would do it.
or generally
I would get him on in a heartbeat.
moderate right, will fight tooth and fucking nail to keep defending and propagating, because they don't understand that porn is supposed to be fake, and why'd you call it porn if children cannot consent? Which is a good point, but I digress. The CP
This doesn't make it.
That
Yes,
makes
was designed-
no sense.
Again, okay.
to fail while covering for the deep state. The NCMEC does the same, but covers for both law enforcement and the deep state as well. We never needed federal nonprofits to do all this. We could have had states formulate statewide nonprofit organizations that actually
Okay.
deals with the real issues at hand,
Okay.
and only let the feds fund individual states to help fight them, and
Okay.
not to psychopathically fuck them over for financial and foreign policy interests. And we can
What foreign policy interests are we doing? I'm like,
Okay. It's either Russia or it's Israel.
no, it can't be either of them. It
No,
has
that's
to be
that's
something
too
else.
obvious.
Yeah, it's too obvious. It has to be. It's an ontologically good point. Fuck
It's gotta
you,
be like-
killed it.
The foreign policy's got to be like Lithuania or something you would not expect.
Oh, Chad from Africa.
Mr. Gamer, I have seen that Harley and Lena both dropped out of Creator Clash 3. We will probably cover Creator Clash stuff when Ian makes a full response to it, because he needs to at this point. Like it has to happen now. Like, he can't do the fake bullshit. It needs to happen. Yes, Hillary Clinton. Thank you.
cannot fucking sit here and pretend like there's nothing that we can do to not only stop predators where they roam, but stop them in the act before law enforcement comes around to finish the job that we ourselves would have started and finished on our goddamn own. The only
No. I don't think you understand how okay, here's the thing that I don't think he also understands. There are police departments that have overbloated budgets. They're not investigating child sex trafficking. They just don't. I hate to tell you this, but some of them just don't. And they have overbloated budgets and will fucking get an anti-personnel truck over, I don't know, fucking investigating a child prostitute ring. What?
Child can't go vroom 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 and then run over another car.
Oh, gamer
It's not
hot,
cool.
gamer hot take. I believe the Tectone stuff. I don't believe ICE for shit. I will say I don't believe ICE. I need to see it. ICE lies quite frequently.
only thing that law enforcement should have really done is just arrest the perpetrators. That's it. That's all they really need to do outside of just throwing them in the slammer where they belong. But what is the point in sitting on our asses when we don't need to lay a hand on anyone for simply pointing out the irony of it all? I don't need to catch hands because I offend you. Firstly, that would be inciting violence. And two, I wouldn't do that to my worst enemy. Because if they can't help
Okay.
but sexually exploit children themselves without molesting them second-handedly, then why the fuck?
Hold on. I wouldn't put hands on my worst enemy, but I would kill child victims.
Hmm.
He would kill child victims, and he's telling
Mm.
all of us that we are molesting children second-handedly by not fighting the deep state. I can't. This dude is insane. This dude is in fucking sane.
I don't get why his parents did get him committed.
Committed, fuck. I wouldn't have even let him get out the womb. Oh, late term abortions are still a thing, right?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be your womb.
I know.
He would, Brian Mullins wouldn't be in your womb. It wouldn't be your decision.
Gamer, I would love to get Bryan on the stream. He just won't do it. I'm telling you right now, I don't think he would do it. We've tried reaching out before. I'll leave a comment. He did respond. I will say that. He did respond when someone was faking being him in our first Bryan coverage. God, but I would love to get him on.
Fuck should I feel ashamed of pointing it all out? I shouldn't, and that's a problem. You can't turn a profit whilst turning a blind eye to the real solution. It requires no profit to gain from destroying this international industrial complex.
Fun fact, in most places, if somebody is murdered and there's no suspect between 48 to 72 hours, the case gets forwarded to cold case. That's why most murders don't get solved with any of it. Yeah, that's 100% correct. First 48
There's a show called The First 48.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that everyone, including the most monstrous predators out there, are left in panic mode. It requires no profit at all to actually contribute to the best of what society can be. It requires no fucking benefit whatsoever to be the one who had to fix the real problem and just be fucking done with it afterwards. And if we did all this and this one thing alone, there would be no point in always pretending that the victim can do no wrong. The victim can, and in many instances and cases, have done a lot of wrong over the decades. We need
His proof? He feels it.
And if these are child victims, how are they older? How are they decades? How would they have lived decades?
I don't know. No, Gilda, what you don't understand, it's the federal government forcing local and state officials to make a first leave in only the 48 to 72 hours. Because the federal government, the deep state, wants those murders to continue. You don't understand!
need to stop infantilizing the victim. Make it permanently illegal for the government, the deep state, other countries all around the world, and even the child sex traffickers, along with the child prostitutes themselves, to have them being...
Why does he always, like, he leads with the child prostitute and say, oh yeah, but include all these other people too? Why does he focus on the prostitute so much?
Sexually exploited for profit and prostitution, and make it illegal for them to run the rings for the sake of keeping this uncapitalistic so-called black market alive. It didn't choose to exist in the 1970s. The underlying problem, the actual one, child sex trafficking, would have been obsolete and damn near non-existent almost immediately.
Epstein didn't die, he just escaped to the dark side of the moon. That got me good, actually.
Had we made that shit illegal first, while drawing the line between what's porn and what isn't, and cracking down on them hard, without making it about foreign policy and deeply financially invested interests. The problem of calling any of this porn is that it eludes us into thinking that there is no better solution, and distorts our...
Nobody is calling... No one is calling, like, CSAM and CP porn in the same way that, like, we look at, like, Bang a Bus and shit like that. That's not how that works. Did I show you Bryan's teeth? No. I know he recently had surgery. Fuck, do I even want to know?
So you mean nightmares? Don't send it to me directly.
Can there be instances where a victim is actually actually a predator? Yes, absolutely, but that doesn't apply in every situation involving predatory behavior. No. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Like, it does happen. There is cycles of abuse. We've covered the ACC, SEC, and everything quadruple times to identify that happens. Look at Birdie's whole thing for more clarification on that. But also the problem with someone like Birdie is the lack of early intervention, the lack of parents who would take them off the fucking internet, and a lot of other issues that, like, they need. Oh god, Gilded. That's hot. He's just drinking hot cherry wine all day.
His teeth that bad?
Yeah, I saw that he got the double tooth extraction. Yeah, they're, like, falling apart. Yeah.
Understanding as to how consent and sexual education works, and why the age of consent is set to the age that it has been. And after all that, we would have also gotten rid of the redundant anti-CP laws and exposed all the fraud out there. I would rather feel like Elon Musk while exposing all the fraud in the world than feel like Alex Jones screaming, spurging the fuck out, and crying about demons and potbelly goblins and the Hollywood elite at this point. But what do I know?
The fact that he compares himself to either of them is very interesting.
Yeah, these aren't the diametrically opposed viewpoints you think they are.
Oh, yeah, he got a double tooth extraction after he already had lost so many of his tops. Yeah, that's bad.
Do you
No,
think
right?
that brushing your teeth is a government conspiracy too?
No, he just drinks all that hot cherry wine. It fucking ruins his teeth, rots it from the inside. No, he's not a fan of Alex Jones, actually. This is a very important. He doesn't see himself as a conspiracy theorist. He hates all, like, this is the weird thing. He does the Antifa hate all them thing that Dance Burst did. It's very interesting. It's very, very curious. Bryan really is like a freak among freaks.
Apparently just some crazy psychopathic so-called conspiracy theorist for even suggesting or entertaining the idea or notion that we're...
Bro, he is mad people call him that. That is funny. That is funny. He is mad. Again,
Maybe you can lead with that in the message. Like
I'm gonna
who
put
your
a comment.
conspiracy
I'll put
theorist.
a comment. I'm just curious.
just cogs in a machine that would have never been created, let alone conceived or needed, had it not been for all of us buying into the bait back in the 70s. Thank you all for watching, hit that like button, share this video, and most importantly, subscribe. In the next and last weekend of this month's topical series, for commentary's sake, we'll just recap what we have begun to learn, understand, and hopefully be done with, so that not only can I talk about something else and still have a platform, but I can also have the brazen confidence in not having someone to try and ruin my life afterwards or have me catch hands, all because I offended a bunch of fake pussies on the internet. I'm Bryan
Fake.
He has more
pussies
subs than
on the
us.
internet.
Mullins the Fox.
Oh, he does, but like, okay, so he has more subs than us, but look at the views.
That's correct.
These are
know
people
how.
A-logging his channel.
I guess so.
If Diesel performs his Hot Cherry Wine cover, will you do vocals with him? 100%. I'll be the harmony track.
Signing the fuck out. See you then.
Okay, so this is part 4 of 4, but there's another part to it too. There's no comments ever on his fucking videos, dog.
Hi everyone, I am Bryan Mullins the Fox, and boy howdy, what a hell of a series this has been.
Yeah,
Let's
no,
recap,
those
shall we?
aren't A-loggers. He stole content. That's how he got 12. Yeah, I know he stole like people's like music and shit. I do know that. I know that.
1. We've learned about the point of origin, shitty anti-CP laws, not directly and aggressively addressing child sex trafficking as the main and only issue, outside of child prostitution. 2. We've learned how it works in an effective enough way.
No, we
Number
haven't.
3. I've given a bunch of suggestions as to how to get rid of this entire
You've just told people to murder kids. That's not a suggestion.
complex. And number 4, I just got done recapping it all now. I know it may seem insane, but I'm clearly not. All the supposed so-called counter-arguments are practically non-arguments by default, because they would have to either be practically predicated on a lie or just be wrong for the sake of being wrong. And nobody is going to respond to this in good faith without having to lie about at least one thing I actually said at best, and at worst, one would lie about everything I actually said, twist them, and take them out of context so I wouldn't say anything anymore. And you wonder why I play the game of telephone, because apparently no one's interested in what I talk about, despite me talking about it in videos they don't care to watch. And they want me to respond, and they want me to join their calls and do all that. I'm not doing that. And at this point, you have reached the end of what should be the only other monthly topical series outside of the Roast Game Awareness Month come October. I should never have to do anything like April's monthly topic ever the fuck again, because that topic is dark. And I've talked about dark topics for years, like the Roast Game, but this topic is somehow fucking dark.
So this is him saying I won't engage with you. Guess what? Oh, it's time to get Bryan Mullins to engage with this chat. Good day.
The only comment.
Mr. Okay, good day, Mr. Mullins.
The Fox.
Mullins.
No, don't do that. That's 2 on the nose.
Good day, Mr. Mullins. I have watched through all of your your ending, your April rant series, and would love to speak with you about it in a way that is in good faith. I understand your sentiments regarding those who seem to malign your good faith attempts at providing information to the masses as, quote, conspiracy, if not lunacy. I have also been a fan of the roast games, the roast game series or a period. You guys will see how slow I type of time, but that is a topic for a different day. If amenable, I would love to speak with you either on my platform or in private. I do try to present people's ideologies in the best possible light in order for a wide audience to fully grasp your feelings on the topic. While we may not see eye to eye, I would still love to try to come to a greater understanding of your what's a good word for this? What's a good word for this?
I would still have to try to come to a greater understanding of your concepts.
Of your plans to end child sex trafficking. Please reach out at your earliest convenience or send me a direct email at valgexe at gmail.com. I cannot wait to speak with you. Till then, Falgy, aka the Up Block. Chat, what we're gonna do is I am going to use Grammarly to literally make it friendlier. Give me a second. I don't usually do this.
Wow.
Shh, 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 shh,
Wow.
shh, shh. I'm gonna use Grammarly to try to. Let's see. Let me see. Listen, I try to do things. I don't use Grammarly very often like this. Improve. I want to make it friendly. More ideas. Make it friendly.
What's up, bestie?
What's up, bestie? Hi there. You know what? You know, this might actually be the one. Let's read it. Let's read it for. Hi there. I just wanted to say that I really enjoyed watching all of your April Rant series. I would love the chance to chat about it with you in a friendly manner. I understand your frustrations with those who dismissed your genuine efforts to share important information as conspiracy or even madness. I'm also a fan of the Roast Game series, but that's a conversation for another time. If you're available, I'd be thrilled to connect with you, either on my platform or in private. My aim is to present everyone's ideas in the best possible way, so that a wider audience could fully grasp your thoughts on these topics. Even if we don't completely agree, I'd love to gain a better understanding of your plans to fight child sex trafficking. When you have a moment, please reach out or drop me a direct email at falgiexe@gmail.com. Look forward to hearing from you. Until then, Falgie, aka the Up Block. And comment! Now, chat, I am going to put this here. So, if he deletes it, it's here. So, you know what I'm going to do? I'll even screenshot it. And capture. And save image for now. Up. Now that popped up on stream. That's great. Clicks in, sees thing, leaves again. Honey, we're gonna be wrapping up soon. We're just gonna listen to his final video.
And then we need to read the thing.
And then we need to read the thing.
It's Embry found it for us.
I know. All right, let's listen to the final part.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bryan Mullins the Fox, and welcome to the last
Hi,
short form rant
Bryan!
for the month of April. I just want to move on from topics like this from now on. After the summer of 2025, there will no longer be any more Numbers by the Decade series after the International Child Sex Trafficking Industrial Complex. Numbers by the...
He hid you from his comments. Only you can see your comment. There's no fucking way that that's already happened. No fucking way. Well, he can still see it, though. To be fair, he can still see it.
The decade. And for that series, I'll only start with the 90s for each organization. Look up how much they're being paid, what their funds are for each year, and then head into the 2000s, the 2010s, and then so far into the 2020s. And then add them all up together and see if we get the same numbers they're trotting out as the actual amount of...
See, the most fucked up thing I would say is that, it'd be fucked up if other people commented that. Don't do that. It kind of goes without saying, don't brigade Bryan Mullins. As much as he's like a little freak, don't brigade his thing to be like unhide Falgie kind of shit. Just gonna say that out loud.
Of money that black market child sex traffickers make on a yearly basis in the United States, much less
Interesting.
the entire world.
Okay. That means you're not done with yeah, he preemptively hides people. He stalks channels. Well, that's,
Altogether.
I do at him every time.
And for the month of May, I'm mainly just going to be doing short-form commentaries and not rants. So, sorry to break it to you, I'm going to be taking a break from ranting after this, so I can cool off and try to adjust for my strict weekly schedule. So I'm sorry if this upsets anyone, especially in the month of May, which is the same month that I'm turning...
No, Embry is not going to know you exist. You're not a commentary channel, believe me.
26 in, but things have to be done. And certain things have to be...
Wait, what?
May, which is the same month that I'm turning 26.
He's turning 26? Jesus Christ.
6 in, but things have to be done, and certain things have to be accounted for when it comes to how I spend my time every week. So before I sign out and before I let you go, those were the updates, for the most part. And here's one more update. In the days I'm not making a short-form rant, I will be either making a video for my drama archive, or rant archive, or I'll just go with short-form commentaries.
He has a drama archive?
For what?
For what?
For what?
Wait, Gilded, he has drama videos? There's no way. His Wattpad has his drama videos?
Oh yeah, the thing Embry found. Yeah. Just don't open it in your main browser.
He has 12 channels. Yeah, I know he has a bunch. I would love to see his commentary videos.
I believe it's towards the end of that
You should
Brooking
check
thing.
out his jar coverage.
Oh.
I'm excited.
And
Bro,
that's about it for any
what?
one of these weekends. I'm Bryan Mullins the Fox, signing out. See you with newer rants either this September or October.
Oh, so he saves the rants for months? Okay, hold up. He has to, okay. So if we go to his main channel, right? No, shut up, Bryan Mullins. Oh my god, he tells you how... Oh, his little sub milestones is great, by the way. Fuck off. Hosted by Sleepy Ghost. Okay. I mean, I would love to, interview him. I linked you the drama channel. Thank you. Fucking amazing. His draw. Okay, so I saw this. So I saw this and I didn't understand what. Killed it. Oh, see, this is. I saw this. I didn't know this was like when it's okay. So when it says archive, I didn't. I thought these were just old videos.
I thought this was somebody archiving his stuff. He runs his own archive channel.
Okay, so his jars is jar. Okay, I need to know his jar opinions.
Hello, everybody. I am Bryan Mullins the Fox for a Drama Archive exclusive.
Okay, why are your drama
Oh my
videos
God.
in better quality than your fucking than your on your main channel videos? I can go to 1080p on this.
Why is it called the Drama Archive?
I know, this is insane.
People, Lolcows aren't normally in charge of their own archive.
That's so true. Oh, his reply to me is amazing. Yeah, we're gonna watch the first video. I remember I'm the latest video. I remember his first video on you.
Short rant video of me giving and dishing
All
out
right,
my
I'm
2
gonna
cents
speed you
about
up
the
to 2 times
situation
speed,
surrounding
brother.
Just a Robot, Cinnibaro 3, and Kumo. I can try my best to sum up the situation. Kumo and Just a Robot were knowingly simping for and defending Cinnibaro 3, despite the fact that she's a groomer, she's a predator, and she's been exposed as such, despite their
Yeah.
pithy and piss-poor defenses of her. Especially when it comes to the fact that when Kumo false DMCA'd both Melm and Flatley, he basically gave Lio Convoy a run for his money. And if by any stretch of the imagination
I mean, he's not wrong. I mean,
I was gonna say
he's not fucking wrong.
he's not on Jar's side of this, which is crazy.
He's not on Jar's side, and honestly speaking, Lio doing any DMCA shit is fucked. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. He's based. Wait, Brian's on the right side of history on this one. Let's go. Let's go.
if Lio fucking Convoy gets some sort of redemption arc because of this, I will blame everything that happened squarely on Kumo. And
Wait.
Oh my God.
Oh,
Bryan Mullins got the kill
fuck.
shot on Kumo.
he did. Because he's right. Listen, Lio, if you're still in the chat, Lio, gonna hold you by the standard of you improving yourself. If you fuck up, that's on you, and I'm gonna fucking burn you for it. But that's fucking funny. I'm sorry, that's hilarious. The cum shot! Yo. I can't believe it.
Just a Robot, given that Lio Convoy has distanced himself from Just a Robot, and a redemption arc.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he did do that to Lio's defense. He released the original Just a Robot videos, which showed that Just a Robot fully knew that Cinnibare was a pedophile. And before he comes in and say it, Gilded, I know you were talking about the situation for a long period of time. I was not in commentary. I can't control what I wasn't here for.
Arc also implies completion, which I will predict that because of this, eventually down the line, no one will give a shit about shitting on Lio Convoy anymore, and he'll gain back all the subscribers he's ever lost. Kumo made
Yeah, he was fucking. I mean, he's partly right. Like, the Lanza video is an interesting look at Lio's history. I've thought we discussed it recently. We've thought about ways of covering it. I'm gonna try to do something with it. That's some behind the scenes stuff, or we'll just react to it live. We'll figure it out. But that's fucking funny. That's hilarious.
made fucking excuses for her, false DMCA'd a couple of people, abused the copyright system, and then left the internet like a bitch because he can't handle the truth and the criticism.
Yeah, that's very true. Kumo is a bitch. Like, legitimately, Kumo is a bitch.
Been receiving. And Gilded Poo over here being a bitch, making his video about the whole
Damn, really?
situation going, why is everyone talking about the Cinnibare situation? Why can't people just stop and shut the fuck up about Cinnibare? Meaning that despite him not trusting Kumo anymore, he's gonna go with a piss poor defense himself. How the fuck have you ever had the idea of simping for Kumo long before this? Meaning long before Kumo had to simp for and tried to
Bryan hated Jar solely because he was friends with Lio. Bryan would have never sided with anyone who was friends with plows with Lio. Bryan sided with the person who has intrusive thoughts about grooming despite Lio. Excuse me, what? Oh, fuck. Okay.
defend a predator. You shat on Sparky for this. I know that some retards on the internet are just gonna go with a whole gotcha saying, Kumo made a gear clear herself. And this is why I fucking hate the commentary community on YouTube, much less YouTube commentary in general as a whole. I am thankful that I have never had to simp for anyone who simped for and tried to defend a fucking predator. Vlad, as much as you no longer envy me, as long as you've slandered and besmirched me in my name.
Yo! Okay, Bryan, if you see this, my name is Falgi from the Op Block. Remember it.
Okay.
He makes drama commentary videos on people he doesn't like. It's funny. I have to admit, I just want to be in it.
Bryan Mullins, if you see this, I will order a number 2 large with a Coke.
I'm just a cat.
Bryan is mad because I didn't care about Kumo's cutting BS. I mean, listen, I care about it, but I care about it in a way of, why did anybody take Kumo seriously? I'll be open and upfront. I didn't take Kumo seriously the first time around when he was on Beckett's stream and all those
PFP was
things.
a Jujutsu Kaisen character.
Well, yeah.
L.
Like, I didn't take Kumo seriously the first time around, where I was like, this guy's got a case, like, this guy's got a case, why is he around kind of feeling. I was right, so it is what it is.
I can say is, the only way you can really recover is get my dick out of your mouth. Get Kumo's dick out of your mouth. Stop fucking simping for anybody. I don't do that.
Dang, Bryan.
Also accusing me of defending City is wild. Yeah, I was about to say, like, I know you didn't do that. Because you constantly say in everybody's chat, I was talking about this for months before you guys covered it. And everyone's like, yes, Gil, did we know?
Just stop simping. You're cringe. You're fake. Holy fuck. The people who shat on me for having to defend Mongrel and Gregela-chan in 2 separate scenarios and times are the same ones who are going to regret having ever respected Kumo and just a robot. Because guess what? Gregela and Rose, despite the fact that only one of them, Gregela, lied to me about Lio, they were victims of Lio's manipulation. And only Gilded Pooh can be such a fucking retard that he—
Wait. Is Gregela the person who was, like, had the intrusive thoughts about grooming people? Is that what it is?
That's a sentence.
I mean, like, yeah, I get kind of defending Rose. I mean, I get defending Rose. I still think there's issues with Rose I'm not going to get to. It's indefensible what Lio and everybody said to her. It's categorically indefensible. But I have, like, I have issues with Rose that are not of her. It's literally just like, why did anybody put her in charge? It felt like she was literally in charge to fail. No, Gregory got catfished by an adult pretending to be 15. Wrong Rose? Okay, I thought he's like saying he defended Rose because he hates anybody who doesn't like Lio. Oh, Rosa. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Again, indefensible what they said to her.
I will reiterate, I've never met a Greg or Gregula I've liked.
Fair.
that he's going to literally go with the same narrative Lio has against
Rose Mongrel is the one that had the intrusive thoughts. Fucking Okay.
Mongrel and even Gregela, meaning that he's basically proven that there was a conflict of interest back in February of this year. And I fucking hope that there is a certain place in hell where Vlad can meet Lio there.
Oh, I love him. I love him so much. Bryan Mullins, I love you.
Did everything I've never done, ever, due to anything this year or any other. And I don't care what your response is going to be. All of this drama was really fake at the end of the day. And quite frankly, if Lio Convoy fucking gains all the subscribers he's lost this year because of shitheads like you, I hope he deserves a comeback and a bit of a recovery and stop doing this fake predator hunting shit. Because as much as I hate Lio Convoy for what he's done to me, I can at least have some inkling of respect if he goes the route I think he's going. Because as much as he hates—
Wait, but you started this video saying fuck Lio, but if he gains the respect of people and does the right thing, then he's okay. Like, that doesn't make— You're looping!
It's child predators. I do, regardless if they're online or IRL. Everyone can share the same sentiment, but we share different methods of how to deal with them or how to avoid dealing with—
Yeah, you want children to die! Listen, I can at least, as much as I have openly said, that all predator hunting content in there or otherwise is disgusting. I hate it. I purposely stay away from it as much as I can because I hate it. I can't just sit here and say that you got, like, you're on opposite sides. Lio wants the kid to survive. You're just like, but if we kill the kid, they can't prey on anybody else. Like, And I don't defend Lyle for the predator hunting shit. I legitimately think all predator hunting content is inherently exploitative and bad.
them in the fucking first place. Never had to sim for Kaz Warfox, never had to sim for Kumo, never had to sim for Cinnabear, none of that. So those are my thoughts on the whole Kumo Cinnabear situation. I don't want to ever see Kumo ever the fuck again. I don't want to see Cinnabear ever the fuck again. I'm glad I never respected these pieces of shit. As much as I used to watch Just a Robot, I never thought he would ever go down to this shitty path. And that's the end of it. I'm Bryan.
Oh, here we go. He loved the jar. There we go. That's the jar. Okay, so we're going to watch his latest drama video, and then we're going to read the thing that Embry got us, and that's going to end it for tonight. Responding to Gilded Poo, the predator and groomer defender. Now, there's things I know about Gilded. He is, for all intents and purposes, to my knowledge, none of those things. I've known Vlad very briefly.
We're gonna need proof.
Here we go. He's gonna give us the proof.
We're gonna need proof. Yeah.
Come on, YouTube. I need the new playback speed options.
No, you'll kill chat. 3 times speed is ungodly.
Well, it's the only one that I'm the only one who can understand 3 times speed.
Yeah.
That's true.
I told you I went to 3 times speed and I had to lower it to like 2.5 because
I told you the trick
I started moving slower.
The trick is going to...
You start at 4 and go to 3?
Yes, I told you the trick. Every time you start at 4 and go to 3, it sounds super slow.
I can't explain it, but when I was at 3, I was moving slower on my main task.
Gilded, if you need help with that response video, I got you, dog. I got you.
Hello everybody, I am Bryan Mullins the Fox, and for the first time since that response video I made to Gilded Poo back late last September, I'm going to do another one, but this time I'm going to have to defend the person, Mongrel, not the action she was trying to do, but the person only, just for trying to expose a groomer in a server at the time it was run by...
Why would you do this? Just concede immediately on this.
You'd think, like, after all this time, he'd put a bit more effort into his avatar to make it, like, less horrifyingly stilted.
Well, remember, he loves Jar.
This is a... Oh, fuck.
He's evolved it. He's evolved it, but he loves Jar. This is a Jar video.
Well, the thing,
oh my god.
Jar at least has a couple little animation things.
Oh my god, that's 100% what that is.
Different PNGs, that's what I'm looking for.
Or swap out a book.
He lies a lot in this, and he takes advantage of how people don't know the lore. I mean, like, again... Yeah, he does admit to stealing art. Again, it's also, like... How do I say this? If he misunderstands the commentary sin of, if I don't present it to you, it didn't exist. Like, if you don't have proof of something, and you just give me a screenshot of something. You're like, I have this audio recording, and I send you a screenshot of it. I don't know what to do with that. You're not sending me the audio recording, so it doesn't exist. Like, categorically, it's not real. It's not real till it's made manifest.
By a minor. Gee, I wonder who the hell thought that was a great idea to let a minor run a Discord server with adult groomers in it, alongside with other predatory minors who are just the enablers of such. But before I get to the video, I'm gonna go straight to the 2 posts I made that I've taken screenshots of me responding to all this coming out. And yes, I looked into the link that Gilded Poo sent to everyone when it comes to the evidence. And the first thing I read was the context, and this is how I responded. So let me get this straight. Mongrel got sent the so-called CP, possibly by another minor in a server that was run by a minor. I wonder whose idea that was. Possibly might have been Lio Convoy. Who knows? At worst, this...
No, that's... The minor made their own... Yeah, I was about to say that's... You can't interject. You can't provide editorialization of your own comment.
Okay. So hold on. If you're going to make a conspiracy theory and then say a crazy statement, say I don't know who that was, but it's probably so and so, I'm going to laugh and point. But when you start making accusations about real people doing actual criminal behavior, that's when everyone's should start paying attention. But unfortunately, this is Bryan Mullins the Fox that cried wolf. I don't know.
Yeah. It was Harley TBS's server, by the way. Interesting. I know nothing about Harley personally. I'm not touching that side of the internet. I try not to as much as I can.
This makes Mongrel look unnecessarily irresponsible and looks like she took the bait. Hook, line, and sinker. And at best, all she was trying to do was collect the evidence of Nekopon sexually grooming a minor and vice...
Oh my god, this is Nekopon shit? Oh, fuck me. Every time I hear the fucking name, I'm just like, I don't care. fucking pedophile, pedophile, pedophile. You're like, what the fuck?
versa, not Mongrel herself doing the grooming, simply for having the evidence to begin with. So these people are blaming Mongrel herself for having intrusive thoughts over what Nekopan did to that said minor and others, along.
And Mongrel spammed a Google Drive link that contained lewds of a minor in it. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this.
Side with Ariana Timbo, Esmeralda Rueda, and Rebecca Starlight. Basically what I'm saying is Mongrel got wrongly framed for shit she didn't even do herself.
No. No, that's not true. That's not true if you have to make a concession on the Mongrel stuff. In the last video, you made a concession on it. So in this okay.
And she has damn near non-existent coping skills. That's why
nightmare, 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 pedophile, pedophile, pedophile.
I'm just waiting to see that. I'm just waiting to see where he thought Lyle was involved in all this.
Yeah, yeah.
And might be the reason why.
Listen, I say this all the time. And it happens in our Discord too. Fishy knows because Fishy's here. If a creator says something in our chat, or if you guys say something in our chat and you don't provide the evidence, by all means, you can call them out for that. I've done that. And I'll do it all over again. I have no problem with you guys doing it. Respectfully, by the way. Because I would hold anybody in my server the same fucking... If I hold Bryan Mullins to the server, I'm going to hold you fuckers to the server. And that goes for anybody, including creators.
This long to get it out in response to his video, as in Gilded Pooh's shit slop on Mongrel. Trauma brought on by shit like this isn't something you just move on from in most cases. Might make a video on Vlad's sheer slop on Mongrel soon. I wonder if this Nani person happens to be a minor.
Embry, I believe you that he's stealing art. He uses AI shit all the time too.
No, I'm not too sure about that. But whatever porn that Nekopan and a predatory minor were caught distributing.
A predatory minor! Oh, it's reverse predators! No!
Oh no, reverse predators. They always
made it
make a
back.
return.
Scarlet Reaper's is here
Escape.
once again.
Reverse predator.
Here we fucking every time. I hate with a burning fucking passion that somehow Scarlet Reaper, rest in shit forever, I see you VTubing, literally lives. He lives on in having the pedophile defense.
He'll live forever.
He'll live. I have to watch. I know Lord Crust put out a Mr. T Lexify video. I'm very curious if Scarlet Reaper ever gets mentioned.
There's no way.
If he
There's
doesn't,
no
I'm gonna watch it and I'll probably like leave a comment on it. Be like, hey, Scarlet Reaper, like yada yada. By the way, we fucking
one of the
did this.
persons
Yeah.
perpetuating
the guy that he stole this
story
from. Blah 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 blah.
was this guy. Yeah.
Can't confirm they won't let me spread misinfo in the Opera House, even though it would be funny. Apparently, it's slanderous and will put you in jail. Second way. Listen, I say this all the time. It even goes to creators as well, and I've told them, I tell them both privately and publicly about it. Like, just don't do it. Like, if you don't have proof for it, you need to show proof. It's one of those things where it's like, I hold everybody the same standard. I hold myself to that standard as well. The reverse predator, take only works if the adult goes, no, go away, kid. Yeah. I know.
Being the kids off of
Despite
sticks.
the folder not having that much evidence other than the screenshots I've shown in my last video clearing Rose Mongrel's name back in 2023. I showed the whole load. She gave me the whole load.
But you just said you had to concede on this. That makes no sense.
Of 1,000+ screenshots, and even that's not enough for these people to be convinced otherwise. And
I'm not joking. In the roast game guide, he admits word for word, I'm a furry, a bisexual one. I'm an atheist, centrist, and a YouTuber. Amazing.
eventually you'll see why I'm surprised by this take by Gilded Pooh. Simply defending Nekopan, defending Esmeralda Rueda, defending Ray Rants, defending Rebecca Starlights, not by his own words, I hope, but mainly through actions of having to blame all of this squarely on Mongrel. Victim blaming like this.
That's not how that works at all. No, that's not victim blaming.
Is just the same as defending a predator or groomer, and Mongrel never did any of this to begin with. So with that being said,
You're saying that Mongrel was just falsely accused where there's evidence that proves otherwise. That's literally not how that works.
I'm going to go to my next post. I just have to get this thought right out of my head by typing and spelling it out to you all. Nekopan and a minor framed Mongrel for what they did. Lio and the gang, including Gilded Pooh, defended a groomer up until it was convenient not to make a point as a gotcha against her for something she didn't do. In the business, we call this foreshadowing. Mongrel's collecting evidence reason isn't exactly the same as Lio's, because unlike Lio, Mongrel was in his power.
I didn't blame Mongrel for it. I called Mongrel a freak. Entirely different thing. Yeah, it's like everybody is bad in this. Again, it's why I don't like the Predator Hunter shit. Because everybody is bad in this scenario who collects that information. You can't just throw CP at people and be like, guys, look at this fucking disgusting freak. Let me show you the CP they had. Like, you can't do that. It doesn't. The ends don't justify the means. It's why this shit is bad. It's why it's nuclear. It's why this content is inherently harmful and exploitative, because you're just waiting for the next child to be groomed so you can expose somebody. I literally live and breathe this stance. It's why I don't like the Predator Hunter shit.
Powerless to defend herself. At least she didn't ask a minor at the time to record himself being raped as surveillance or evidence. The fact that gilded...
Yeah, that's a giant L on Lio. Just a fucking giant L. That is the most insane statement that's ever happened. Fucking the biggest fat L. You gotta live with that for the rest of your life.
We wanted people to think that the whole Jordan recording the essay thing was not that big of a deal. It was deboomed or something like that. And yet he's making what Mongrel was doing that much of a big deal. Understand the hypocrisy now? This might just take out Lio Convoy as well, if I'm not mistaken. This foreshadowing is going to drive me insane. Holy fucking shit. But let's not drive ourselves too insane, and let's just respond to his bullshit now. Outside of all of this...
Didn't you say that you forgave Lio? I'm so confused.
Slop. I don't have to go through it all. I don't have to...
Like, am I not supposed to watch his videos in order? Is that how it is? I think it would be fine if Predators just owned that position. He probably changed his mind. I still think inherently even if they own that position, I still think inherently that's the problem. If they own that position, then the law has to step in, and certain FTC not FTC, like the Broadcast Commission has, like, somebody has to step in because you can't profit off of that. If news organ, like, it's the same thing with like To Catch a Predator and shit like that. To Catch a Predator, they were faking being a minor, sure. But part of the issue is that, like, the Pred Hunter shit, some of them are not faking being minors. They are convincing the minor to still interact. You can look at the Yandere dev stuff. Like, that's a huge issue. It's like a huge issue for that. Like, you can't encourage the minor to engage with their predator. It's fucking insane. It is fruit of the poison tree, and it fucks up investigations.
On to every single last one. I mainly am going to respond to the meat, as in the heaviest of what would be rarely and vaguely considered substance of a piece of shit slop video. And I call it a slop video because it's just slop. We're also going to skip that obnoxious Brit Bonger tier narrator. It's junk. It's nothing to me. Moving on. And fuck the rest of the commentary community especially. You people always talk like you have lived in a glass house this whole time, and you're worried about someone like me for being willing to throw a stone at it, wondering if it...
No one is worried about you, brother. I love you, but nobody is worried about you. I love you, but nobody is worried about you.
Might break the glass house you lived in, on YouTube, and the internet, abroad. And if it does, so be it. I hope you're lucky that you're on the bad side of history, and you're not like me, who has to go through all that bullshit in order to prove a point, only to be vindicated. That's obviously sarcastic. You're gonna feel like hell, and it's all gonna come crumbling down on you like the glass shards of that once-to-be glass house after I threw a stone in it.
And it turns out that this person decided to join some weird group chat on Discord where he received a titillating image of a minor, not a nude, but a titillating image, I guess we'll say a lewd, and then spread it around, sending it to another server that contained a minor, and we know it contained a minor because the head of that server was a minor.
Alright, the grooming thing, I'll explain.
Okay, we're gonna have to go over this little misconception. Not acting upon intrusive thoughts doesn't make you a pedophile.
What did he say?
Not acting on intrusive thoughts doesn't make you a pedophile. They have the paraphilia. They have the paraphilia. Not only that, they're sharing the image.
Hey, kitty.
They're... If you have the intrusive thought to groom while sharing images of lewd images of minors, while also doing the work of pred hunting, there's 1,000 things I have issues with. Also, if you feel the need to mention the intrusive thought, it's not just an intrusive thought. I'm surprised you have the fortitude to still be live. We've done longer stream. We did an 8-hour stream. This doesn't bother me.
If anything, it has nothing to do with pedophilia at all, because we're talking about underage teenagers. Teenagers are not prepubescent fucking children.
Oh, not the Phoebe file defense. No.
Greg,
What up?
I need a fun fact
About what?
about
Warhammer.
anything that isn't this right now.
Hold on, I got you. I have to look it up to make sure I have the name right. Miles, I don't know if it's Catton or Caton, who's one of the main characters in Sinners. This was his debut film, and he did a really good job.
Oh, is that the kid?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did a really good job.
I haven't
I've
seen
heard.
Sinners. Is it good worth seeing?
Yeah, I've
yeah.
heard really glowing things.
Okay.
All right.
If ebophilia is just pedophilia's DLC.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, no, Brian's not going to address that mongrel brags about how many minors hit on him. Yeah. The other thing too is if you look at the legitimate concern of it, when you split hairs, and this is always what every pedophile doesn't get. If you split hairs about, oh, this is that and the third about which what's the age of consent for minors to consent, they do give you a limit, and then it completely invalidates their whole stance about pedophilia. Because then why is it so evil that we make 18 the limit? If you set the limit at 14, why do you you know what I mean? Like this is insane. Fun fact, Forerunners were supposed to be humans. That was the twist. 343 blew it. Yep, I know.
Okay? I know it's fucked up for what Nekopon did to that other minor, and Nani, which may or may not be a minor, sending that shit to
Nani spelled that way is fucking insane.
Mongrel. The intrusive thoughts come from being groomed herself. And I've said this last time in the last response video. I hope your liver's doing all right with your ADHD-addled retarded ass, and your
Wait, but if that's the case, if they were groomed and then groomed another minor, shouldn't they be dead by your metric? Shouldn't they be murdered by his metric? Why are you defending someone who you considered should be gone from the census?
fuck buddies in the commentary community, you're gonna fucking regret it, just like you regretted having simped for Kumo long before this whole shit with Sinbear 03 came out. That and a jar. Moving forward.
And nobody is simped for Jar. Ding dong, the up block got on it. Gilded, I know. I'm nothing if not observant, unfortunately. I don't. All right, the grooming thing I'll explain. I was in a really bad position mentally. I'll have intrusive thoughts that I don't act on. Like, fucking hell, does everybody understand what intrusive... Okay, this here is the same exact example Birdie would use about drawing porn as a 14-year-old. Oh, if I was 12 and drawing porn, doesn't every 12-year-old do it? No. Unfortunately, my intrusive thoughts include shit that's related to grooming and other gross shit of a sexual nature. All right, bit creepy even for me, and I carve up my body like a pumpkin. That's fucking insane. That's fucking wild. There's no way they said that. That's insane. Though if you've never acted on it, we're still cool. A 15-year-old tried to flirt with me at one point, and I was thoroughly creeped out. That was me when I was 23. All right, then we're cool. That's a profitable interaction. Oh, okay. Methinks this is not all the screenshots.
15-year-old tried to flirt with me at one point, and I was thoroughly creeped out. This was when I was 23, I think.
Then we're cool. It's the proper reaction to be creeped out. I'm going to be recording more group chats with Nico.
Why is that sound like Smaggle? Is that Smaggle? Why?
I didn't think about it until you said it, and now I hear it.
Is that Smaggle? Is that Mr. Daggle? Is it even the shitty mic too? Oh god, it's funny as fuck. Oh fuck me.
And putting them together for a context crucifixion. I'm still.
That's not Smaggle. Why is that a spot on Smaggle impression? They sound similar. That's just. Yo, that's fucking raw.
Hyped up to 48 parts now.
Also, Call Me No's idea of recording more interviews.
Wait, why did you skip the rest of those? It's my own Smaggle. Fair.
And putting them together for a context crucifixion. I'm still hyped up to 48 parts now.
Also,
Yeah, but
Call Me
you're
No's idea of
missing
recording more
shit.
interviews or whatever with a predator is a shit idea. Instead of wanting to engage with a predator more, Nell, how about you fucking do something about this grooming situation in the server? Oh wait, you fucked that up because you're always a deer in bright headlights. You just stop and stare like that as the car hauls.
So if Mongrel is bad for everything, why are you defending them? I don't understand why you're defending them if you're in your eyes they did something. I am starting to understand. When Bryan hates somebody so much, he will defend their opposition. The problem is he runs into the fact where he now has to contradict the opposition that he's previously defended. But he can't come to terms with he hates Vlad so much that he has to both defend and malign Mongrel in the same fucking video in order to get a one-up on Vlad. It doesn't make any sense, though, because when you do that, you sound crazy because there's no way anybody can believe you in anything you say. Kick in, thank you for the 20 sec.
Thank you, thank you.
Have a nice Workers' Day for you celebrating today.
Thank you.
We don't have that in America, but thank you.
It's insane, dog.
Ass and careens your ass across the goddamn road, meaning you just stood there and let it happen whilst people like Mongrel are framed for all this, and you're only getting called out by Lio Convoy, and others might give a damn because the Lio man happens to know what you were doing. Well, Lio man should have been the one person who did all that by banning Nekopon nearly immediately. He should have banned Nekopon, Ariana Timble, Rebecca Starlight if she was.
Okay, if it's to be believed, part of the problem is that Lyle wouldn't know until the whole Rosa cult thing. This is the problem. Again, the Rosa cult is indefensible. I will say it 1,000 times. I think saying I hope you never breed is a fucking insane sentence to make to someone who literally needs a caretaker 24/7. Rosa was set up to fail. I have problems with that I had problems with that drama, and I've never even fucking reviewed it. And I never will. Saying you have intrusive thoughts of a pedo strat like grooming is saying you have intrusive thoughts about blitzkrieging invasion of Canada. Yeah, like, again, indefensible. I will say it over and over.
He was ever there, and Esmeralda Rueda and groomers like Vita nearly immediately. Not in a way.
Yeah, if you talk about Joshua Vita, you have to actually kind of concede that Lio did something. It's a whole fucking thing. God, you're not making the correct points, Bryan. Bryan, you're doing this poorly. Bryan, you're doing this poorly. Bryan, I will teach you how to be a hater. Bryan, I will teach you how to be a hater, I swear.
A way where it conveniently benefits him if he can make a gotcha against somebody else, just for all that.
As stated, those are very oddly specific and arguably autistic intrusive thoughts. In fact,
Pigeon Sal with a 10.
Thank you.
You, Pidgey.
The infinite grooming machine is running with full steam
Yes, it is.
ahead. Those kids won't be seeing it coming, and Bryan would rather have it that way. Only the finest for his thanks grooming.
I hate thanks grooming, but Pidgey, you're always loved here. Thank you, dude.
In fact, those thoughts are so specific that I'm highly skeptical that they're even intrusive at all. And one of the reasons, aside from the obvious, that I'm bringing the intrusive thoughts about grooming up in this conversation is because a very common counter-argument that I've actually heard people say on livestream is that we shouldn't criticize people for intrusive thoughts. I have intrusive thoughts about killing
Okay. Let's have a conversation there.
my boss. It's only upon acting upon those thoughts that it really matters. Everybody and their mother has had intrusive thoughts about killing their boss. Basically, everybody has had that thought. That's an entirely
Yes.
normal thing. Most people
Was
aren't
just
walking down
about
the
to say
street saying,
this.
I'm gonna rape that bitch. They don't have those intrusive thoughts. That's not most people. And also, most people
Of course it's fucked up to have those
The other thing too, and I'm sure it cut off when Vlad was about to say most people don't actually do predator hunting and then consider fucking grooming their, like, the people they're working with. Fucking bonkers banana pants. Yes, people have intrusive thoughts. I totally get it. I mean, admitting to it is actually insane. Especially on that degree. But, like, and yes, I understand the concept of intrusive thoughts are intrusive thoughts. You don't act on them. I agree with that. Blah, 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 blah. Hey, Rosie Posey, good night. But, like, the whole thing is that you shouldn't have that intrusive thought as you are doing this work, right? Like you shouldn't be like a healthcare work. Like, perfect example. You shouldn't be doing like a sexual assault assessment on a patient as like a forensic nurse and think, oh, it'd be a great idea to assault this patient because they're hot. Like, you don't have, like, you should never, if you have that intrusive thought, that's not the job for you, and you should seek professional help. That's the problem.
Yeah, normal people don't have those intrusive thoughts.
Exactly. Yeah, well, the killer nurse is a little bit of a different thing, by the way. Like, if you, like, the Angel of Death, yeah, they were in Jersey. Greg, help me.
The what?
Yes. Greg, thank you. The Angel of Death, it wasn't about killing patients. It was about saving them using insulin control. Because at the time, insulin was unregulated. Insulin usage in the hospital was unregulated. That's part of the issue.
I don't know any of this story. Is this just somebody who's killing people?
Oh, yeah. We could do the Angel of Death. It happened in Jersey. There's actually a Netflix documentary on it with Eddie Redmayne. And I think Dallas Bryce Howard?
Bryce Dallas Howard.
Bryce Dallas Howard. It's actually in a... they do a film in what would presumably be a diner that I would go to as a child. Like, straight up. Definitionally...
I'm with it, too. I just can't remember his name right now.
Who? The Angel of Death or Eddie Redmayne?
Angel of Death.
Oh, yeah, I don't know
Angel
his name.
Death.
The top
There's also, like, there was a nurse that would also, like, kill people, but, like, it would be, like, they were trying to, like, save them.
Yeah.
They end up fucking up.
Yes, well, that's what he did, too. Because the idea was it's the insulin control. They're controlling the insulin to save them. The high was to be the right person in the room.
Okay.
Definitionally, an intrusive thought about grooming cannot be an intrusive thought. Grooming is a strategy, not a verb. I mean, I don't fully agree with that statement. I get where you're coming from, though. I actually totally get what you're saying. It's like, because you can have a very perfect example of an intrusive thought would be having an intrusive thought of wanting, when you see a car door open and the car is running on the street, getting into the car and driving off. That is a true intrusive thought. That is a verb. It's just acting upon it. It's a different thing. I get. But it also doesn't, like, you shouldn't have that intrusive thought and work with kids. If you have that intrusive thought about kids, that's an actual problem. Like, if you have that intrusive thought about, like, working with somebody and thinking about that certain thing, it's crazy. Yeah, like...
And also, intrusive thoughts are, like, your brain telling you not to do things. Like, that's why a lot of times you get those urges. Like, if you're at the edge of, like, a cliff or, like, height or something, you get that urge to, like, fall off or push or something.
Yeah.
That's your brain telling you not to do that thing or to be wary of it.
Yeah. But it doesn't help to have that intrusive thought while doing that job or while putting yourself in that position.
I get you.
Those thoughts, but it's not like those fucking thoughts came out of nowhere. Of course not. It's
because the call to the void is very different.
Context you blatantly ignored to make that idiotic point. Intrusive thoughts come as a result of trauma. They come as a result of...
No, they don't. Not every intrusive thought comes from trauma. That's categorically false.
Something they had no power to control or...
Some do. Not this one. And it can, but not every intrusive thought comes from... This is Bryan's other issue. He speaks in definitive yes-no answers.
Yeah, I hate that.
Or fight back against. And I'm not going to hear the ignoramus bullshit about, oh, but that's not most people. No shit, it's not about most people.
Saying I have an intrusive thought about grooming is literally saying I have an intrusive thought about choosing a little person, blinding their trust, and pushing sexual boundaries to sleep with them. No, but that's what I'm saying. I agree. You could have an intrusive thought about a verb. But the problem is that it's the steps to do so. That's what I'm saying, why it's harmful.
People, because they don't have to go through the same trauma people like her had to. Most people didn't
How'd you crash outs to fall asleep to is wild, Mac.
have to fucking go through the same shit that one of many, many statistics had to go through. Being groomed for the sake of not exposing a predator, all because Lio is the big predator hunter amidst their circle. Because they know how to get to him, and he might have been the one who had the idea to let a minor, himself or herself, I don't know, run a server with other minors and groomers.
Bryan, you don't have proof of this, dog.
Yeah, this is all just coming straight to you from source crack pipe at this point.
This is amazing. This is just like amazing crazy. Oh, hey, Core. What's up, dude?
Hey, Core.
What's up, dude?
Thanks for the raid.
Hey, Core.
We are going over Bryan Mullins the Fox.
That would be a funny ASMR. It's like crashing. Oh, crash out
Chad, I'm losing
ASMR.
it. Chad, I'm going crazy. I don't know why I close my eyes when I do like ASMR shit. What does the fox? Oh boy, what does the fox say? Kill kids so they don't become the pedophiles of tomorrow. Word for word.
And that's only one of the things he says.
That's only one of the many things. Yes.
He has a coterie of catchphrases.
A coterie of catchphrases. You fuck. Oh, fuck me.
In it. Why in the fuck would anyone like that think that it's such a great idea to let minors run servers that they're going to potentially be groomed in? Who the hell are these parents and where the fuck are they? Because they're not.
Okay. Bryan, this is where it's okay. Bryan, this is like, Bryan, you could start with this. You don't need to involve Lio into this and your weird conspiracy theory about Lio. You start with this, it's actually better. It's better. Like, this is a better way of doing it.
Not anywhere to be found if this is allowed to happen, and this was allowed to happen. But you can't blame Necopon, the miner who runs the Discord server, or the other predatory miners. You can just blame this one person. It'll totally not get any fucking worse when it comes to Mongrel's mental health conditions. I swear to Jesus Christ, if Mongrel commits suicide because all of this shit comes out and people like you, Gilded say that ignorant shit, I have good news for you people.
I was thinking, what does the fox say? Ring, ding, ding, ding. Thank you.
We're old and ancient, and we all know the song.
You know, I've never actually listened to it.
Good.
What? You have? Oh God, don't. If he does,
I only
I
know that the
start
first
singing it.
2 times. Isn't Necopon an adult? Yeah. That's like, this is the whole reason that the Rosa call existed. Again, what Lio did to Rosa is indefensible. I personally think Rosa was okay. Hot take: Rosa was set up to fail. Regardless of how you feel about her inability to do things and her blatant, like, kind of ignoring of things, she was kind of set up to fail because obviously what happened. She didn't have all the facts. And even if she did, she didn't understand what was going on. You should have put somebody who needs a fucking caretaker for their mental health in charge of a fucking Discord server with kids. But I digress.
Good is, of course, sarcastic. You're going to be shitted on forever. You're going to have blood on your hands.
You know what? Hot take. If someone kills themselves over me, I will feel absolutely nothing. I will literally absolutely feel nothing. It wouldn't be the first time someone's threatened it with me, and it won't be the last.
Okay, here's how it would go. We would be on Twitter or something in a call, and it'd be like, "Oh, so and so killed themselves, Fauci," and you'd be like,
"Okay, sucks to suck, I guess. Should have done it sooner." I don't know, like okay, so like hot take. I have a lot of patients from time to time that do threaten that shit in my face, and I just sit there and I'm like, okay, like I'm numb to it because it's happened so many times. Listen, I'll be very honest. Yeah, skill issue.
That's like the last threat too. Like, what else can you threaten after that?
You kill me, please. I'm begging for it at this point.
Wow.
My favorite is it's like, I'll kill. Okay. YouTube. I'm not threatening violence. I'm just identifying something. I'm identifying bad behaviors and borderline personality disorders. YouTube.
In GTA RP.
In GTA RP. But there are people who say they're going to kill themselves, but their Twitter is still tweet. And then they say, you know, I have the kill myself clip from Ed Crust. Yeah, I know. There's something. Somebody said something. What's a VTM campaign?
Vampire the Masquerade.
Oh yeah. We want to. Cloudy has gotten into it. I've said this.
Yeah, I got to look into it more.
That'd be really cool if you ran it. That'd be really fun.
Last night I was telling Killjoy about Harnmaster.
I don't know
what is Harnmaster.
I saw you post it. I just don't know what it is.
Yeah, so like, you know, kind of like the autistic like sort of like obsession with like EVE Online, where it's like a lot of spreadsheets and stuff.
Yeah.
Say less.
But
Yeah.
it's kind of like that, but it's more like medieval low fantasy.
You'd lose
It's
me.
low fantasy ship.
No, you're managing your like homestead, your guild, your
Oh,
family.
okay. It's hyper management simulator, but fantasy themed.
No.
Okay,
Yes.
gotcha.
No, I do that in my real life. I'll actually.
Oh, TTRPG. Okay.
TTRPG, yeah.
Chat.
Like
This is
okay.
Go on.
Okay, I used to have like a notepad that I made specifically to do character generation. I lost it, so I've been like, I need to like remake it so I can actually like help people make characters if I want to do it.
Yeah, no, I couldn't do that. I've actually like exploded myself.
I think it's interesting, but I don't have the brain power to do that. I feel like it has to be
I have
all.
a bunch of PDFs to help you manage it.
It's the PDFs got made. The word PDFs made me so tired.
I thought about the same thing. Holy shit!
Maybe something like cool, like how a cat would like it.
Like when what is it?
I know what Pit Crew is. Yeah, I've used Pit Crew. I had like
when
like,
yeah, I like Pit Crews.
Like not hot take. The like lore, like the original design for my avatar was a Pit Crew, and then it like got further and further.
Listen, Ash, when Down the Rabbit Hole makes a 3-hour video about the lore of that game, the stuff that happens in it, then I will look into it.
All right, let's get back to it so we can end stream.
Blood of Mongrel is going to be on the hands of so many, but not mine, because I've helped clear her name for the most part, and even that's not enough for others. This whole listen and believe bullshit is just piss poor contrarianism at this point. There's not much to say. She's not a groomer for trying to collect evidence to out another groomer, and her intrusive thoughts have fuck all to do with the efforts. It had everything to do with the trauma she had faced for failing and being defeated because she tried to do the job Lio was supposed to. Do you get it now? So you're gonna complain about, oh.
Wait, but then you're saying that Lio should be the Predator Hunter Supreme? This doesn't make any sense. Bryan, you're all over the place. You need to rein in the scope. Okay, so this is a tip. Now, I've only written like one video, so I'm not a master at it. But this is an actual tip for people who make videos. You should always do the like you should always do an upside down triangle. Have wide to start, narrow by the end. You cannot do this in a YouTube video format. The reason why is it does confuse people, in my opinion. And it doesn't. Every YouTube video I've watched that tries to do a regular triangle, and what I mean by that is if you look at a triangle, it would be your most narrow point is the subject that you're doing, and then expanding it to a general audience. You can do that, but it does become very hard, specifically in commentary spaces. Much easier to do that in like a toy review thing and talking about like a bunch of other stuff, right? In commentary, doing the reverse triangle is easier.
The whole Jordan recording his essay is a nothing burger because it was never recorded, despite it being the worst idea and far worse than what Mongrel could ever do. Because Mongrel and Regala-chan are literally incapable of grooming anybody. Not only because as much as it would freak the hell out of everyone else, it freaked the hell out of Mongrel especially, but also mainly because Lio fucking Convoy couldn't be fucked to do what he pretends to do, whilst lying about everything else, making all these sob stories, shitting on everyone else for calling him out, and God forbid, if you ever criticize him, you're gonna be either labeled a predator defender, a zoo defender, or a predator, pedo, or zoophile. But at least Lio was generous to me only this one point. He never called me a predator, but he lied about me being a supposed zoophile because of a creepypasta fanfic I wrote back in 2018 that people in
You're a zoophile. Like that's not a creepypasta. You talked about a dog being sexually assaulted, dog. Like no regular person would think about that. And you also wrote a love song about that dog. I should be nice. I want Bryan on the show. Another Lio L. Oh, Pimento, you're killing me today.
his own group helped Streisand, because Wattpad took it down. That's not zoophilic, you fucking retards. The whole point of Charlie being a sexual predator in that fanfic was to try and silence Sasha up for her misbehaving and not obeying the predatory needs of the dogs eating the flesh of Anne-Marie. Well, years later, fun fact, I made many other creepypastas. A Fact of Life for David, A Fact of Life for David 2, Timmy's Final Wish, Son of Bloody Mary, The Mistress Elemenello Story, and fucking finally, The Great Christmas Bloodlust Investigation. That doesn't show a pattern of zoophilia, Lio had said it in
Okay.
anyone else who likes to piss me off by trying to regurgitate that bullshit. It shows a pattern that I'm no longer internet deprived, and I was able to
This
write
stream has lasted 2 days. It does. They do.
some, well, progressively better creepypastas. Not zoophilic at all. And that about does it for this video.
Yeah, but why are you still a furry? Here's the question. Why did you make the love song? That's the issue. You transferred it into a love song. Yes, The Great Christmas Bloodlust. It is a thing. We listened to the song. You go to the beginning of the stream. We reviewed some of Bryan Mullins' greatest hits.
Video. It's an interesting hill that Gilded Poo decided to die on because he would rather defend Necopon than Mongrel because, according to people like him by his
But he didn't defend Necopon. That's not what happened. He's calling out everybody. Okay, sure. Let's just continue.
own logic, it would never be Necopon's fault because if you only blamed it just on Mongrel for trying to collect evidence of the grooming, you're
I'm having breakfast and I just woke up. Why do I hear it's better than fan fiction? Not, it's just a better fan fiction, not zoophilia. Real.
This stream is sponsored by BetterHelp. You need it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
literally
But no, thank
deflecting
you.
all that blame from
But
one
thank
person
you.
and other predatory minors to one person that can't handle it.
Predatory minors. Fuck, he did it again. Stop.
You gotta get off it, bro.
I never mentioned Necopon even once in the video. Oh, that's how you're defending them. You never mentioned them, Gilded.
Mmm.
Pidgey with the 10. Thank you, dude.
Hey.
It's the most groomable time of the year. With the preschoolers screaming and Catholic priests screaming right into their ears. It's the most groomable time of the year.
Thank you. Thank you. We hit the goal.
Get that go.
The
Time
ball-
to feed
the-
that dog.
Come here, girl.
Wake her ass up.
Come here. Up. I kind of want to sing that in my head now. It's time to feed the puppers. It's time to give her treats. It's time to feed the puppers. On the Uplock stream tonight. Go. Go, go, go. All right, that's... Yes, be nice to... Yes, please be nice to her
I
dog.
didn't wake her ass up.
That's actually the like, I have like 2 treats left in this thing. I have to fill it back
Time to get
up.
more.
I gotta fill it back up.
And that is beyond predatory. I'm Bryan Mullins the Fox, signing out. See you next time.
So that was Brian's like no,
What
not
the
Watch
fuck is
Mojo. Fucking okay. Bro, this is so
I saw
fucking
that. You
weird.
showed that. I forgot about that because there's so much to that story. And then I completely forgot that SpongeBob looks like Ariana Grande's brother.
That's so
too, on
fucking
top of all
strange.
of that craziness.
So with everything subsiding, we will now read Bryan Mullins' guide to the roast games, and that's
No, it's the story of my life. It's the
story of my life.
life.
Story of
The-
my
the link
life.
Is the roast game. Just make sure you don't open the browser in your stream for you.
What do you mean?
Pull it up.
I pulled it up.
I meant the
Night
Wattpad
Gilded.
website.
No, I'm just gonna do it this way.
Night Gilded.
When I
The
was
edited
7
version,
years
we have
old,
that.
I lived in Redacted, South Carolina. I remember going to Redacted school. Yes, I do watch 40K in 40 minutes. Yep, Mac, you know.
We all do.
Where I puked every time I ate green peas and mashed potatoes. I was afraid that mashed potatoes had bones in it. It made me gag every time.
Then why'd you eat it?
I remember who picked on me. His name was Lorenzo. But soon
Put the R
after,
on it.
we became friends. When I was 8 years old, I was still living in blank, South Carolina. Still going to Redacted school. I remember this year was the worst Christmas ever. Mom couldn't do much because she was having some sort of financial problems. But the truth is, it was also because of something else. They planned for my mom to take my life for the whole family to eat me as Christmas roast. But it never happened. Then a verbal altercation started between my grandparents and my mom. And it ended with my mom stomped to the office and started crying. The rest was history. When I was 9 years old, we moved to a house in Redacted, South Carolina. We made fun of my address number because when we see it, it's spelled backwards. It spells out diet. I remember choking on some things and making dinosaur sounds. We watched The Animaniacs. I remember continuously watching Snow Day on VHS over and over
Good movie.
again.
I was a kid.
I remember going to Redacted Elementary School. You forgot to redact somewhere. But
That's
later
fine.
in the year, we moved back to Ghost Creek, South Carolina. Goose. I said it wrong on purpose.
Oh.
But as soon as we moved out, we witnessed a hissing cockroach. When I was 10 years old, we moved out of Redacted, South Carolina, all the way to Redacted, Colorado. We used to live at Redacted.
Jesus.
He put the whole fucking address in there. Had to redact it.
You know what? You probably should have redacted. Okay, so real talk. You probably shouldn't have redacted it because the reality is he does the roast games on every house he's ever lived in. Because the early roast games were all of his old addresses.
But still, like.
No, I know. I'm just making the joke. I had to go to blank Redacted Elementary School. My sister, Mary, I guess he had a sister, had to go to Redacted Middle School. The one
To the
school
older
that
sister.
gave me nightmares and the fixation of staring at a grizzly bear with eyes ripped out and black holes as the remains.
Huh?
It scarred the living daylights out of me every time I thought of it. When it got closer to Christmas, we traveled all the way, stopping at Redacted, North Carolina. Then we finally arrived at Redacted, South Carolina. Then we drove all the way back to Redacted, Colorado, celebrating the entrance into the new decade called the 2010s. I'm gonna be honest.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
that's
What the
the only
fuck?
years. It's his best years.
I'm
apparently.
gonna keep it a buck. If this motherfucker thought bones were in, if this guy thought bones were in mashed potatoes, this motherfucker is having hallucinogenic episodes every day. I believe this man is more mentally ill than Birdie. Wait, isn't Redacted Cinder's boyfriend?
Boyfriend/manager, not an
Yeah,
editor.
yeah, not
Come on,
editor.
get with it. Or former manager, maybe former boyfriend. We don't know.
So that is. There's a lot more. I know there's more. We're not doing it all. But thank you, Embry,
We may
very
do
much.
it another night, Embry. Like the next time we do a Bryan Mullins segment.
That is insane. I want to thank everybody for turning out. That's gonna be the end of our stream. Thank you as always, the people at Gilded Poo and all of our lovely tippers. Thank you, Gilded Poo, for providing information on Bryan Mullins. Thank you guys always for being here. There's 6 chapters. Fuck my life. We're done. Ash, Uncle Greg, any final thoughts?
Happy early birthday, Bryan Mullins.
Happy eventual birthday, Bryan Mullins, when we're gonna do a stream again.
Yes, remember to spade and neuter your spurgs. Goodbye, everybody.